Okay, well, greetings, everyone. Glad you could join us tonight for part 2 of Revelation and Daniel's 70th week. So, our approach has been to incorporate the understandings we have gleaned to date from the book of Daniel and other scriptural references. So, you might ask, why spend so much time on the introduction to the book of Revelation? Well, there are many reasons. Just like the rebellion led against Yahusha in his first coming, it will be no different with the rebellion led against the book of Revelation concerning his second coming. Anything and anyone close to Yahusha will be attacked and hated. We have already seen and experienced that with the stoning of Stephen, or the present day movement to discredit and destroy the ministry of Paul the Apostle. Why? Because ultimately the enemy thought if he took out the messenger, such as Yahusha, and his witnesses, then the gospel confirming covenant message would die as well. But that wasn't the case, was it? And make no mistake, the enemy still believes this. The enemy still believes if he can take out the followers of Yahusha, then the message will die as well. So what message does the enemy want to stop? The message that the shadow priesthood doesn't want believers to know. The message that Yahusha is our high priest after the order of Melchizedek, that he arose from the dead and is seated at the right hand of the Father, that the Aaronic Levitical priesthood served its purpose until Yahusha would usher the Melchizedek priesthood back to its reigning position. And also that this Daniel's 70th week is yet to be fulfilled, and it is 7 years, not 3.5 years. Nor has the book of Revelation already happened, as some may say. Stumbling blocks of dominion theology, kingdom now theology, the Ashtar command, the preterist view, the partial preterist view, the allegorical view, all of those, some of which we reviewed last week, have been strategically placed to detour believers. Have we truly contemplated why Yahusha stopped while quoting Isaiah 61? Why did he pause and place like a gap within the scriptural context while quoting from Isaiah 61? I am starting to see more clearly that Daniel's 69th week foretold of his first coming, and Daniel's 70th foretells of his second coming, the last 7 years leading to the epic year of Jubilee. I'm not saying I have this all figured out. None of us do. I'm not saying you must agree with me. But I am saying we should always be willing to come to the table and search the scriptures and see if these things be so. Iron sharpens iron. Our ultimate goal is the same, which is to stay on the narrow path that leads to the way, the truth, and the life. Time is short, and we must redeem and maximize the time we have in preparation for his soon return. He chose you to live in this end of days. We are one in him. We are the repair of the breach. Now, what we're going to watch here in this clip is a brief excerpt of how wrong theologies such as dominion theology, kingdom now theology, and so forth can wipe out the book of Revelation, excuse me, or redefine the length of tribulation period in the end of days. Now, in the first invite that I sent out, I left you links to a blog on dominion theology, kingdom now theology, and the Ashtar command. They're They're hot links. So you just click on the text and it'll take you to the blog. And I highly recommend you reading those blogs and also watching the embedded videos for such a time as this. That's really excellent. So let's look at this clip by Gavin Finley. And I'll leave all of these links when I upload and email it out.
This is extremely important for us because it shows us that the 69 weeks terminated with the crucifixion of Messiah, and prophecy goes on to discuss the subsequent desolations of Jerusalem. Then it opens up with the future 70th week. This is extremely important, the fact that there is a future 70th week. And remember this prophecy deals a knockout blow to preterism in all its forms. Both the full preterism, which tries to say that the 70th week of Daniel, final 7 years of this age, is way back in the 1st century, before 70 AD, and the partial preterism, which says that half of the 70th week of Daniel, the first half of it, is back in the 1st century AD, in the time period of the 3.5-year ministry of Jesus. The hidden plot behind all this is to clear the future of any encumbrances or concerns about any future covenant dealings that the church might need to concern herself with, particularly in relationship to Israel, that the church can basically take over the world, that there are no future dramas, there are no future covenant dealings between God and his people, and there are no future issues in relationship to Israel that they need concern themselves with. So they can conveniently forget Israel and thereby proceed on with their dominionist agenda.
Okay, so just how many days exist in the end of days? And this is why I wanted to bring this into the Book of Revelation introduction, because some will say 1,260 and others will say 2,520. Now, I'm not saying you have to agree with me, but what I've come to see in his word is that it's 2,520 days. Another question I pose, in the end of days, who ushers in the kingdom of Yahweh? Well, of course, Yahushua HaMashiach, and those indicated in the book of Revelation, those that will be in the remnant here on earth as the last 7 years unfold. Is there a literal 1,000 millennial reign with Yahushua HaMashiach? If you ask me, absolutely, yes. How do we know this? Well, we know this based on his word and the pattern taught to us through his Moedim, his Jubilee cycles, and his millennial cycles leading to the 8th great day. His Moedim are our wedding rehearsals, so we will know his pattern, and we have looked at pattern after pattern. So another question I posed, why is it important to know about the timelines given in Daniel and Revelation? Because this reminds us to number our days. By counting, we know where we are in the last 7 years, leading to various timeline events and ultimately to Yahushua's second coming. And knowing that information can be a comfort not only to ourselves, but to others. So there may be other questions that come to your mind. So jot them down and ponder how you would have answered these questions that I posed. And if they're different, we can later look at the scriptures and ponder these things. So last week we had a question about, should we still be observing sabbatical years? And some of the video clips that we used from Gavin Finley differed and said, maybe not, maybe not. And so I went back and looked to see, should we scripturally be observing sabbatical years? So according to Covenant Torah, I would have to say that the answer is yes, but I will present varying views on this topic tonight. In Exodus 21:2, we read, when you buy a Hebrew servant, he serves 6 years, and in the 7th, he goes out free for naught. In chapter 23, verses 10 through 12, it says, and for 6 years you are to sow your land and shall gather its increase. But the 7th year you are to let it rest and shall leave it, and the poor of your people shall eat. And what they leave, the beast of the field eat. Do the same with your vineyard and your olive yard. 6 days you are to do your work, and on the 7th day you rest, in order that your ox and your donkey might rest, and the son of your female servant and the sojourner be refreshed. For those of you that may not be familiar with covenant Torah, since Yahushua HaMashiach ushered back in the Melchizedek priesthood, he also ushered back in our covenant Torah and the promise to Abraham. Now, our marriage ketuvah, or our marriage covenant, is in Exodus 19 through Exodus 24:11. That covenant is still pertinent today. And so that is why I'm saying, yes, we should be observing sabbatical years. Are we? No, we're not. Matter of fact, we're really just learning more deeply about sabbatical years and jubilees. Now, how does Exodus 21:2 apply to us today? Like, you might be asking yourself, like, well, Libby, what do you mean? By a Hebrew servant, he's going to serve me 6 years, and in the 7th, he goes out free. What's that all about, Libby? Well, in the last 7 years, things will change. We're already experiencing a situation that unless you do this, that, and the other, you may not be able to work. Unless you do this, that, and the other, you may not be able to buy food. How is that going to affect our family dynamics? Our homes and our family dynamics will change in the end of days, just like it changed for the first century believers. I mean, this is where we're at. We will need to rely, trust, and respect one another to survive and thrive in Daniel's 70th week. Some may be financially dependent on others to help them, and in return, they provide their help and services with daily tasks. So that's a situation that is moving very quickly upon us. And in Acts, the book of Acts, it gives us also a layout of what we can expect. Because in Acts 4:32 through 37, we read, and the group of those who believed were of one heart and one being. And no one claimed that any of his possessions was his own, but they had all in common. And with great power, the emissaries gave witness to the resurrection of the Master Yahushua, and great favor was upon them all. For there was not anyone needy among them, for all who were possessors of lands or houses sold them and brought the prices of what was sold and laid them at the feet of the emissaries, and they distributed to each as anyone had need. And Joseph, who was also called Barnabas by the emissaries, which means son of encouragement, a Levite, a native of Cyprus, having land, sold it and brought the money and laid it at the feet of the emissaries. So it may not be like a buying of a Hebrew servant as depicted in Exodus 21:2, but there may be family and friends and relatives that come up against a brick wall to where they're not going to bow down to the worldly regime in order to keep a job. And so family dynamics may change, and there may be more coming together and helping one another and exchanging services for being provided for, that type of scenario. So the question I also pose is, are we prepared for the last 7 prophetic years? Do we even realize we are in prison? That we are in lockdown, and they call it that in this so-called prison planet? We reviewed their great reset plans last week. Reset plans to control travel, to control food, to develop artificial intelligence, and so forth. So, do we know the rules of captivity? Well, since we studied the book of Daniel, we do have a pretty good idea about that. Daniel and his companions demonstrated how to behave in captivity. Stay faithful to Yahweh and his covenant commands. Show respect to others. Pray, intercede for others, reflect the light and character of Yahweh. But do we have a sense of urgency? That sense of expectancy for these last 7 years approaching. You know, my background is emergency nursing. And when I've worked as coordinator in the emergency department, sometimes we would get so backed up. We had a 15-bed emergency department, and sometimes there were 20 patients in the waiting room waiting to get in. We had them on stretchers in the hallway, and most of the time the charts were on the lower desk, and the rest of the crew didn't really feel that sense of urgency, but whoever was coordinating and managing the patients that day, she felt that urgency. And I said, something is wrong with this picture because people aren't feeling the urgency. People aren't seeing all these people waiting to come in. They have their team, and that's what they're focused on. So I had them put up a big plexiglass where I could line up all the charts of those waiting in the emergency department to be brought back. And that created the urgency. That they saw it, and they started reviewing the charts. The doctors would go by there and start ordering x-rays, even though they weren't in a room yet, or ordering a test here, or getting a urinalysis, and so forth and so on. But this is what we will be focusing on when we go through the book of Revelation. Not to generate fear or anything like that, but I really want to stir up in us a sense of urgency, because that is what Yahweh is stirring up in me. And so through these sessions, I hope that is conveyed. Because are we watching? Are we counting? Many are. And tonight we're going to see that. Now, though Bible teachers may have various points of view, and we're going to see several points of view tonight, okay? They may vary from our own points of view, so I hope we don't get hung up on that. But most of these teachers and facilitators are seeing his return drawing nigh. Most agree and honestly expect his return should be in a matter of years, anywhere from 3 to 10 years or so. I mean, they are all agreeing. They may have different backgrounds. They may have different viewpoints on calendars. They may have different viewpoints on if it's a globe or a flat earth, but they are agreeing that his return could be in a matter of years, anywhere from 3 to 10 years. Many have devoted their lives to this end. They live and breathe tracking, watching, and being a watchman on the wall for me and you and others. So we must never forget that we are one body in Messiah. We should not develop an autoimmune disorder and start beating up the body of believers. Israel is Yahweh's firstborn. We should be very careful how we treat the body of believers, Yahweh's baby, because he said, Israel is my firstborn. Israel is the apple of his eye, and respect goes a long ways. So tonight I will share some insights from various sources, and I highly respect these sources. I don't agree with everything they believe, but I highly respect their work because I know the amount of work they have put into this, not for their own glory, but to edify the body. So I'm not advocating all that they believe, but I'm saying it is obvious that they devoted their time and energy toward the edification of the body of believers. We should respect that, and I believe we do. I know I'm preaching to the choir. So each believer has a piece. Each believer has a piece of this end time puzzle to bring to the table. That is Yah's divine design. Each of us have a role in the fast approaching last 7 years. Will teachers and facilitators make errors at times? Absolutely, because we're human. Now, from last week's Torah portion, Mishpatim, I believe Matthew Nolan said it best, and I'd like to play for you that 2 or 3 minute clip.
His need for acceptance as a prophet caused him to disobey Yahweh at cost of his life. And that's the problem. If you think that you need to be accepted by people over obedience to Yahweh, that will be your downfall, even if you're a born-again believer. If you believe that your acceptance in your family, with your parents, with your husband, with your wife, is more important than doing what is right when you know it, that will be the downfall of you. Because if we're a bondservant, we have got to get over the fear of man. We've just got to go there. We have just got to stand up. That means you've got to lead. You've got to lead. You can't listen to the naysayers, the lethargic, those that are noodling around and are between two opinions. You have just got to serve Yahweh, because this was this man's downfall. The need for human approval. And how many of us want to be approved by our family? But that is not what Yahweh calls us. He says you've just got to take a stand. And if we're a bondservant, that is the life that we're to live. In Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 17, it is written, "Therefore gird up thy loins and arise and speak unto them all that I command thee. Be not dismayed at their faces, lest I confound thee before them." Confound means to fall down flat because of fear and confusion. And so many people, they're confused and they get confused, and then guess what? They don't live the life as a bondservant because of confusion. That is exactly what Satan wants to do. So confusing. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure about the Bible. I don't know anymore. There you go. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. You can only fear one thing at a time. And if you fear man, you'll never be able to give a word of wisdom and have peace in your family. You have to become a bond slave. You have to. Proverbs 29, verse 25, "The fear of man brings a snare." And you see, I can stand up before you and I can teach the word because I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. And people can say, oh, he, that was a little off. He's a false prophet. Doesn't bother me. I'll come out and say it, and you can say he's a false prophet. And they do. But really, a false prophet isn't giving an off word. It's not making a mistake. People make mistakes all the time. I make mistakes all the time. We see through a glass dimly and we prophesy only in part. The fruits of a false prophet are division, envy, strife, discord to the people that they touch. That's the fruits of a false prophet. It's not making a mistake. If I stand up here 54 Torah parshas in a year, I'm going to make a mistake. That doesn't make me a false prophet. That makes me human like you, right? But sowing seeds of discord, envy, strife, that makes a person a fool. Those are the fruits of a false prophet.
So we're going to view several teachers give us valuable insights. And again, I'm not saying we have to all agree on this now, but I am leaning towards, personally, I'm leaning towards the last 7 years being the 70th week of Daniel's 70th week. And I want us to take a look at Isaiah 61. We read about it here in the bottom left-hand corner in Luke. The Spirit of Yahweh is upon me because he has anointed me to bring the good news to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to send away crushed ones with a release, to proclaim the acceptable year of Yahweh. And then he stopped. So when we're looking at the possibilities of a gap between the 69th week of Daniel's 69th week, and the 70th week of Daniel's 70th week, there does seem to be a gap. Now, when we watch a clip from Gavin Finley, he doesn't associate any jubilees in this 2,000-year time period between the crucifixion of Yahusha and the second coming of Messiah. Now, he does see the last Jubilee, but according to Covenant Torah that we just read, I believe we should be observing sabbatical cycles and Jubilees. However, I believe we have let it go to the wayside. So looking at Isaiah 61, from where Yahusha quoted from in Luke, we read, the Spirit of the Master Yahweh is upon me because Yahweh has anointed me to bring good news to the meek. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim release to the captives and the opening of the prison to those who are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of Yahweh. And then he stops. And the rest of it goes this way. And the day of vengeance of our Elohim, to comfort all who mourn, to appoint unto those who mourn in Zion, to give them embellishment for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. And they shall be called trees of righteousness, a planting of Yahweh to be adorned. So even these verses in Isaiah 61 seem to show a gap. And so some don't see it this way, but this is the way I'm leaning towards. I do see the last 7 years equating to Daniel's 70th week prophecy. Let's take a listen to Gavin Finley's video on 70 weeks prophecy.
Greetings and welcome to the study, which is number 9 in this series of videos on Daniel's prophecy of the 70 weeks. Other videos on the 70 weeks prophecy are up on YouTube under the username Gavin Finley. In this study, we're going to step out of our comfort zone to investigate an unsolved case. It seems that throughout the centuries, this matter of the Jubilee cycles has been and continues to be shrouded in mystery. The Jubilee was introduced to the children of Israel as they made covenant with God and became a nation at Sinai. It was to be a time of refreshment, a time for God's covenant people to return to their tribal homeland, together with their families, and to reconnect with their God. The Jubilee year is a great blessing. The economy resets every 49 years, debts are cancelled, the captives are set free. But there is no biblical record of Israel ever actually keeping the Jubilee. So, is this really an important matter? Well, we do know this. The length of Judah's 70-year captivity in Babylon was based upon the number of years in which they had not kept the sabbatical years. So we can say this with some assurance. If God did not forget the sabbatical year, then he has certainly not forgotten the Jubilee year. Here we see the prophet Jeremiah as he denounces the priests for their neglect. All of God's precepts, including the Jubilee, had been given to the nation of Israel for their benefit, but the people did their own thing. Soon after this, Jerusalem fell to the armies of Nebuchadnezzar. The southern kingdom followed the northern kingdom into captivity. Both houses of Israel had now lost their sovereignty. This was the burden that took Daniel to prayer years later, as Judah's 70-year captivity was coming to an end. He implored Jehovah God to restore the whole nation of Israel, and God answered with a 70 weeks prophecy. The Jubilee system is a wonderful ordinance of economic policy, bringing great blessings. It has been given through Israel to the world, but never established anywhere. This magnificent image of the law and teachings coming down from Mount Sinai is by the Jewish artist Eisen. His work can be purchased online at the Israeli Poster Center. So why are most Christian believers disinterested in the precepts, promises, and prophecies of Israel? Well, that's a long story, and we can't go into that in this study in any depth. But like Gomer, the wife of Hosea, we have strayed from the Holy One of Israel, the one to whom we belong. And even though our Messiah has come and fulfilled his priestly mission, and we have been redeemed into his great salvation, we are still learning to love and to follow him. Our problems multiplied after the death of King Solomon and that awful blood feud with our brethren in the royal Jewish house of David in Judah. The northern 10 tribes of Israel cursed the house of David. In the process, they cursed themselves into partial blindness to their identity in Israel. If you Google Breach of Jeroboam, you will see an article there on the subject from the End Time Pilgrim website. In our partial blindness, we cannot see that on the day of Pentecost, the congregation of Messiah, or as we call it the church, was born in the Holy Spirit as an overflow of Israel, and the true church remains in Israel to this day. Israel's servant, the promised light to the Gentiles, is shining brightly in the gospel. Back in the first century, few would have questioned the church's Hebrew roots in Israel, nor would they have talked about a Gentile church. Since the word Gentile means heathen, the term Gentile church is a self-conflicted oxymoron. There are quite a few mysteries here. We as Christian believers have yet to grasp their meaning and to understand them. But in Ephesians 2:11 through 13, we see that the ultimate citizenship for Christian believers is in the Commonwealth of Israel. We read that passage, but we are still not getting the message. All this will become clear in the latter days. If you Google Commonwealth of Israel, there is an article on the subject at the End Time Pilgrim website. As Christian believers, we are saved under the atoning blood of Christ. In him, the Holy One of Israel, we have become new creatures in a global spiritual household that goes beyond DNA. But even as we recognize some of these things, our amnesia and our partial blindness to our citizenship in the Commonwealth of Israel continues. So here we are all these centuries later, and we ask the question, what happened to Israel's Jubilee? Has it been lost, never to be seen again? Dominionists will say that the church has replaced Israel, so who cares about the Jubilee? We'll make our own Jubilee. Of course, we know that is a lie. But then the question comes up, how could this ancient precept of Israel possibly relate to us? Well, as we shall discover in this study, the Jubilee is important, and it has not miscarried in Israel, nor has it been forgotten by our God. So do come and join us as we set out to solve this case. You won't be disappointed. And before we have finished here, we're going to find those missing Jubilee cycles. And when the set time has come, the trumpets of Jubilee will sound. At that time, the Jubilee cycles will be established under Messiah in the glorious millennial kingdom to come. If Israel has not observed the Jubilee and the church considers it irrelevant, then is the Jubilee ever going to be established here on earth? And if so, how? In Daniel 9, we find our answer. After the fall of Babylon, the prophet Daniel stood in the gap, interceding for both scattered houses of Israel. That prayer was highly significant because immediately afterwards the answer came. It appears that the God of Israel is indeed keeping track of the Jubilee cycles, but here is the caveat. He is only tracking them in his holy time. When we look closely, we shall discover that the Jubilee cycles are neatly wrapped up inside the timeline of Daniel's prophecy of the 70 weeks, as well as being intimately connected to 3 major events at its apocalyptic terminus. This may seem strange at first, but as we proceed on, all this will become clear. In this investigation, we're going to discover that the Jubilee cycles link up to the 70 weeks prophecy in no less than 6 critically important ways. We're going to find out that the Jubilee is vitally involved with 1, the initiation of the 70 weeks, 2, the timeline of the 70 weeks, 3, the terminus of the 70 weeks, 4, the second coming of Messiah, at the end of the 70 weeks. 5, the feast or moed at the last day, the pivotal day of atonement. And 6, the heralding of the millennium. The coming year of Jubilee has a major connection to the Day of Atonement, and this is the second of the 4 feasts of Israel. We're going to be talking about that at length in this video. We shall also discover that the upcoming Jubilee happens to be the Jubilee of Messiah. On that day, the trumpets of Jubilee will be announcing the apocalypse or the unveiling of Messiah. That same Jubilee up ahead will also be proclaiming the millennium of Messiah. In a future video, we shall be looking at the nature and the purpose of the Jubilee and how it will bless the people of this earth in the coming Messianic kingdom. This is a very wonderful system in which a fair and equitable reset of the economy occurs every 49 years. The coming Jubilee will wrap up this present evil age and usher in the next. For those who know Messiah, it will be an occasion for joyful celebration. Christian artists such as musicians and hymn writers often pick up on biblical truths and they present them in their work. And why do they do this? Because they are inspiring. Artists are often out there showcasing holy themes before theologians and religious leaders become aware of them. Here's an example. This song dates back to the early 20th century. As we can see, the song directly links the second coming of Christ to the Jubilee. And the lyrics are as follows. Praise the Lord, we've been invited to a meeting in the air, Jubilee, Jubilee. All the saints from all the ages in their glory will be there. Oh, we're going to that happy Jubilee. Jubilee, Jubilee, we're going to that happy Jubilee. So is the songwriter correct here? Will the return of Christ come on a Jubilee? Here's another example. It's a short clip from a song composed by Mervyn Merler Watson. In it we hear the phrase, "For out of Zion comes a deliverer in the year of Jubilee."
Oh, we call Israel, born of thy slumber, and the truth shall set you free. For out of Zion comes thy deliverer in the year of Jubilee. For in the furnace of much affliction I have chosen thee, behold. And so for iron I'll give thee silver, and for brass I'll give thee gold. Thou art my chosen, for I have sought thee. Thou art graven on my heart, and I will gather all those that gather. They shall come back to the land. Oh, hallelujah! Oh, hallelujah! Hallelujah! Praise the Lord! Oh, hallelujah! Oh, hallelujah! Hallelujah! Praise the Lord!
So how about these songwriters? Are they right? Will a deliverer come to Zion in the year of Jubilee? Well, we're going to find out. Let's begin our investigation by taking a close look at the Torah scripture that introduces the Jubilee. We find it in Leviticus chapter 25, and we read, "And you shall count 7 Sabbaths of years for yourself, 7 times 7 years. And the time of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be to you 49 years. A Sabbath of years is a 7-year sabbatical cycle, or a heptad. The 7th, or sabbatical year, is a rest year in which the fields lie fallow. The crops are not sown or harvested, and the trees and vineyards are not pruned. Bumper crops from the year before carry them through the sabbatical year. 7 of these 7s of years make up the 49 years of the Jubilee cycle." And we read on. "Then you shall cause the trumpet of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. On the day of atonement you shall make the trumpet to sound throughout all your land. And you shall consecrate the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land to all its inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee for you, and each of you shall return to his possession, and each of you shall return to his family." So here we see the 7x7 block of years that makes up the Jubilee cycle. The numbering goes out from year 1 to year 49. So it is a cycle of 49 years, and not 50 years. The following year, the 50th year, is the Jubilee year. So the Jubilee year is the first year of the new 49-year Jubilee cycle. So in the same way that the 8th day begins a new 7-day week, the 50th year is the first year of the new 49-year economic cycle. This is the very same pattern of 49 and then 50 we see in the counting of the Omer, from the Feast of First Fruits to the Feast of Pentecost. This is how the Hebrew calendar looked in the Passion year. What a wonderful time of celebration. On the 10th day of Tishri, on the Day of Atonement, or the Day of Covering, the trumpets of Jubilee sound. The whole economic cycle then resets. Debts are cancelled, monopolies are dissolved, The land reverts to its original family owners, and the captives are set free. Now, when we go over and take a close look at the 70 weeks prophecy in Daniel chapter 9, we begin to notice something curiously similar to what we've just seen. And it's right here in Daniel 9:25, which describes the timeline of the 70 weeks. Unto Messiah the Prince there shall be 7 weeks, or 7 sevens, plus 62 weeks. So here we see an important clue to the Jubilee, and it is sitting right there in front of us. This is the first of 6 vital links through which the Jubilee connects to the 70 weeks prophecy. So we'll call this Jubilee connection number 1. The timeline of the 70 weeks starts out with a period of 7 sevens, and as we can see, it looks suspiciously like a Jubilee cycle. There is no other reason stated to explain this initial period of 7 sevens, nor does the text make any allowance for a gap after these 7 sevens of years. The 70 weeks prophecy simply begins that way, with a 49-year period of 7 sevens. This happens to be the precise time period laid out in Scripture for the Jubilee cycle. By itself, this might mean nothing, but is there more? And we're going to see that there is. Let's lay out that initial 7 by 7 block of 49 years on the starting point of the timeline of the 77s, as if it is a Jubilee cycle, and see where this leads us. We now find ourselves being prompted to ask the following question. If the Holy Spirit begins the 70 weeks prophecy with a Jubilee cycle of 49 years, then how might those 49-year blocks play out with the rest of the 70 weeks? Is it possible that the time span of the 70 weeks prophecy contains a neat whole number of these 49-year Jubilee cycles? Well, let's see. We'll start by measuring the entire timeline of the 70 weeks. 70 times 7 equals 490 biblical years. Now let's place our first Jubilee cycle of 49 years over at the start of that 70 weeks, which is a 490-year timeline. And immediately we notice something interesting. The number 490 is indeed a neat multiple of 49. And as we can see, the multiplying factor here between the 490 years of the 70 weeks and the 49-year Jubilee is 10. So if we lay out 10 of these 49-year Jubilee cycles, we notice that they add up to precisely 490 biblical years. Simple arithmetic here, 49 times 10 equals 490, which also equals 70 times 7. So here is Jubilee connection number 2. The 490 years of the 70 weeks of Daniel are made up of a neat whole number of 10 Jubilee cycles. And let's take note of this as well. The number 10 is associated with God's law upon this earth. The timeline of the 70 weeks prophecy contains an auspicious whole number of precisely 10 Jubilee cycles. Now we can quickly move on to Jubilee connection number 3. If the 70 weeks prophecy is made up of precisely 10 Jubilee cycles, then the 10th Jubilee must of necessity terminate with a Jubilee right at the end of the age. This would have to be a blockbuster Jubilee. So what does this all mean? And so we ask the obvious question here. Would this not have to be the epic climactic blockbuster Jubilee of Messiah? Well, let's take a closer look at that final 10th Jubilee cycle. Notice that there's a gap between the 69 weeks and the future 70th week. This comes directly from the biblical text, Daniel 9:27. This gap is explained at length in our earlier videos on the 70 weeks prophecy. As we've discovered, the 69 weeks ended in Passion Week on Nisan 10, Palm Sunday of 32 AD. On that day, Jesus, or Yeshua, made his one and only royal or political appearance, entering the holy city as Messiah the Prince. The gap, a hiatus for the gospel outreach to the Gentiles, has now gone on for almost 2 millennia. The gap period is not being counted for the Jubilees, but that future 70th week, the final 7 years of this age, will indeed be counted for the Jubilees. As we can see, in some future year, that 10th Jubilee cycle and the future 70th week will both come to a grand climax at the same time, in the same fall harvest season. The Jubilee that follows must certainly be an epic Jubilee of biblical proportions. The 70 weeks prophecy brings us a wealth of information for timing and chronology. The first 69 weeks ended nearly 2,000 years ago with the first coming of Messiah on Palm Sunday. At that time he came to Jerusalem in his priestly ministry as the suffering servant. The 70th week is somewhere up there in our future. It will terminate with the second coming of Messiah in his kingdom office as the King of Kings. That 70th week of Daniel, those final 7 years, will wrap up the 10th Jubilee and finish up the timeline of the 70 weeks prophecy. Messiah will bring this present evil age to a just and merciful closure. Which brings us to Jubilee Connection number 4, the return of Messiah as King of Kings. This is the grand apex to holy history. Not surprisingly, it now seems clear that this glorious event will indeed be heralded with the trumpets of Jubilee. Messiah will return to set the captives free, deliver Jerusalem, and gather his elect, the living and the dead, from both sides of Calvary. He will restore all Israel, raising up the dead and rapturing out those all who are alive and remain in the resurrection rapture. Here we see Ezekiel's awe-inspiring resurrection vision of the valley of dry bones from Ezekiel chapter 37. The trumpets of Jubilee will certainly be an appropriate and auspicious celebration as Messiah comes to raise up his people at the last day. The magnificent resurrection rapture of all the saints will come on a day and an hour unknown in the day of the Lord at the climax of this age. Which brings us now to Jubilee Connection number 5. As we see in Leviticus 25, the trumpets of Jubilee are blown on the Day of Atonement. The Day of Atonement is that awesome yet to be fulfilled climactic future moed, or appointed time. It is the 6th of the 7 feasts of Israel. If you Google 7 feasts of Israel, you will find our webpage and a YouTube video on the 7 feasts. The first 4 feasts were fulfilled in the springtime and the summer of the Passion Year nearly 2,000 years ago. Those last 3 moeds, the 4 feasts of Israel, will be fulfilled in times to come, during the 70th week and soon after the 70th week ends. We shall present additional evidence up ahead that the Day of Atonement wraps up the 70th week and the final 7 years of this age. It will in fact be the last day of this present evil age. The Day of Atonement, the 6th appointed time, comes at the end of the 10 days of awe on the 10th day of Tishri. This is the most fearful day on the Hebrew calendar. On this special high holy day, in some awesome future year, the trumpets of Jubilee will sound, and at the set time, the Day of Atonement will come into its ultimate new covenant fulfillment. This age will certainly end spectacularly, with the Ancient of Days in sovereign control of events. So if that future Day of Atonement is accompanied by an epic Jubilee of biblical proportions, is this not to be expected? This wonderful item of Hebraic art entitled The Final Prayer is by Jewish artist Yossi Rosenstein. It showcases that climactic future and final Yom Kippur, the one that will wrap up all the Yom Kippurs that have gone before it. The Day of Atonement is simply not appreciated by Christian or even Messianic Bible teachers for what it is. It is the last day of this present evil age. It is a day of reckoning, the day of accounting. It is the last call. Space-time then unzips, the heavens of this present cosmos roll back, and our returning Messiah is unveiled in the day of the Lord. The Day of Atonement is a day of accounting, a day of reckoning, a day of pardoning, and a day of sentencing. On this day appointed, in that epic future fall season, the books will be opened. This is a straightforward legal protocol. The returning Messiah must wrap up all the legal affairs of this present evil age before they can be taken on to execution. This Day of Atonement is a day of reconciliation of accounts for all, the living and the dead, from both sides of Calvary. This is more than just a Bema Olympic-style judgment for rewards and medals. Every single person will be brought before the judgment seat of Christ to give an account of his life. There is a merciful covering for sin. Full atonement is provided for those who know Messiah, and on that awesome future Day of Atonement, the high priest will bring the blood of the lamb up from the sacrifice altar to be applied to the mercy seat. And this is where that blood came from. The blood of the lamb has been showcased as the covering of sin, going all the way back to the garden, to righteous Abel, to Enoch, to Noah, to Abraham, and all the patriarchs we see in the Old Testament. The Levitical priesthood officiated at the sacrifices for the nation of Israel. All these were appointed to that ultimate sacrifice to come. The sacrifices will be performed in the coming millennium. There will continue to be powerful object lessons showing the death of Israel's innocent sacrifice lamb and the high price he paid for our redemption. The Torah tells of our father Abraham going up to sacrifice his son. God needed to see that his covenant partner Abraham was prepared to do this, but he did not allow it to happen. Isaac carried the wood for his own sacrifice up the hill. This was a foreshadowing of someone else on the Godward side of the Abrahamic covenant who was to follow. Abraham was told, God will provide himself a lamb. He looked up and saw the substitute sacrifice. The thorns were wrapped around his head, just as they were here. the blood of atonement came down to the earth. This blood, the blood of the Lamb of God, is our ultimate covering for sin, and it is this blood that will sprinkle many nations and save many. For those under this blood, the blood of Israel's sacrificed lamb, this climactic fulfillment of the Day of Atonement will be a day of covering and a day of pardoning. On that day, all those who have cried out to God for mercy and found peace in him will receive their ultimate blood covering for sin. Up in the heavenly sanctuary, the atoning blood of Israel's promised sacrifice lamb will be applied to the mercy seat. This is the way to eternal salvation, and by this blood, the blood of Messiah, all who know him will enter into the glory. For those who have rejected this great salvation, that climactic future day of atonement will be a day of sentencing. The books will be opened. Rebels will discover that they are facing God's wrath, and there is no place for them to hide. The Day of Atonement is a day of reconciliation of accounts. When Judgment Day comes, the wicked will have their day in court. Out of legal and holy necessity, this day of sentencing must be finalized and wrapped up before the harvest angels of wrath can be loosed to execute. After the judgment, the execution follows. When the sun sets on that final, epic future Day of Atonement, space-time will be pulled aside to unveil an open heaven in the day of the Lord. This is that day of vengeance quoted in Isaiah 61:2. Jesus omitted this last portion of the passage from his reading when he came the first time as a suffering servant. This day of vengeance is the day of the Lord. For the wicked, the day of the Lord will be horrific beyond telling. The wrath of God will fall very quickly, specifically, and personally upon them. Evil angels of wrath will swoop down upon the heads of their people like raptors plucking up the prey, carrying them off to an eternity of sheer and utter torment. Jesus spoke about this awful harvest of the tares by the grim reapers in the parable of the sower in Matthew 13:30. Jesus said that the tares would be gathered first. For more on the angels of wrath, see Psalm 78:49. So when we understand that the trumpets of Jubilee will be blown on some future day of atonement, and just why this judgment day must come on the last day of this age, the fog begins to clear. We then begin to see that this final fulfillment of Yom Kippur, the sixth of the seven feasts of Israel, is a key piece to the jigsaw puzzle of end-time Bible prophecy. And we have some additional evidence that the Day of Atonement on Tishri 10 of some future year will mark the terminus of the final 7 years of this age. It seems that the 70th week and the final 7 years of this age are precisely staked out by the upcoming, yet-to-be-fulfilled fall feasts of Israel, those being the Feast of Trumpets, or Rosh Hashanah, Tishri 1, and the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, which comes on Tishri 10, 7 years later. Both time spans add up to a total of 2550 days. This is probably not a coincidence. So as we see, the Day of Atonement is the linchpin unlocking the apocalypse. It is the key event leading up to the unveiling or the revelation of Messiah. And so finally we come to Jubilee connection number 6. The trumpets of Jubilee will announce and herald the coming millennium of Messiah. The coming millennial kingdom on earth has been spoken of in poetic terms by the prophets of old, especially Isaiah. He spoke of the waters bursting forth in the wilderness, streams in the desert. The wilderness and the wasteland shall be glad for them, and the desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. This is in Isaiah 35. When Messiah returns to establish his millennial kingdom, he will bring relief to those who mourn, and he will establish a just and righteous economy here on earth. So we can be sure that he will institute the Jubilee system we see laid out in Leviticus 25. So it appears that our attempts to lay out Jubilee cycles in the gap period during this present age of the heathen Gentiles these past 2,000 years have all been in vain. From what we've seen here and in Revelation 11:2, it seems that God is not measuring out our years for the Jubilee cycles right now. Apparently God is only counting out the years for the Jubilee cycles in the timeline he himself has determined or cut out of time. This holy time is the 70 weeks of Daniel. Pronouncements regarding sabbatical or Smitty years in this present era, and all sorts of speculations based upon various 49 and 50-year Jubilee cycles, beginning on certain special dates in past history, are popping up quite frequently now. But from what we've seen, there is no solid biblical basis for any of them. Unlike the sanctuary, the altar, and the people who belong to the altar of Israel's sacrifice lamb, the time we are now living in is not holy or set apart or to be measured. Like the outer court of the Gentiles, John was asked not to measure in Revelation 11:1-2. God is not accounting for jubilees in this gap period. It has been given to the Goyim, the heathen, the Gentiles. Bible scholars have been looking into the mystery of the Jubilee cycles for many centuries now. They have thought that they could find them running down here in our profane earthly time. And so these vital Jubilee connections to the 70 weeks prophecy have apparently gone unnoticed. And so from what we've seen here and from the body of Old Testament prophetic poetry, we can now say this: the artists, the hymn writers and songwriters are all quite correct. Out of Zion will come a deliverer in the year of Jubilee.
Oh, we call Israel, all of thy slumber, and the truth shall set you free. For out of Zion comes thy deliverer in the year of Jubilee.
Okay, so Gavin Finley, his background, he's a medical physician, but he's also a watchman. And like I shared, we may not agree with everything that he presents, but most of it, I believe, is totally correct. We see a little bit of differences with the timelines, but it was very interesting how he laid out the first 1260 days with the harlot and the last 1260 days with the Antichrist. And we had done the same thing as we closed up the book of Daniel. So next, I'd like us to take a look at some of the work by Gil Broussard. He's a watchman, and his gift is watching biblical astronomy. And he has a YouTube channel, and also you can go to his website, planet7x.net, and you can download for free all of his work, graphics, charts, and so forth. And he's always willing to come on our YouTube and Zoom sessions and answer any questions if people are interested in learning more about Planet 7X. So his role as a watchman has been to watch for Planet X. Sometimes it's referred to, or he refers to his work using the title of Planet 7X to differentiate his findings versus other people's findings. This is the estimated search area for Planet 7X for February 1st through the 20th. We're talking possibly this year. Again, this is estimated. So, and we can't always count on the internet being up and so forth. And to find this area, they would expect to see Planet 7X in the constellation of Aquarius. Now, maybe we don't know where Aquarius is, and this is why he's telling us about this planisphere. This is a guide that you can purchase through online ordering, and you just find out your latitude because it's based on latitude. So if you ordered something like that, you'd have to know the latitude you live at to order the right planisphere. Now, we know they have software to do all of these things, but if we do not have iPads and laptops and stuff, and if you want this to be available to you, you'd have to order it ahead of time. Now, what he brings out is that there's two search windows. He said there are only 2 years that he could find where the moon is at the foot of the woman, Virgo, in the nighttime sky. Now, he's only interested in the nighttime sky as viewed from Jerusalem. Others, of course, recognize the moon at the foot of the woman clothed in the sun in 2017. He doesn't count that one because it wasn't in the nighttime sky as viewed from Jerusalem. However, he said he found only 2 years. One's already passed, April 2016, and the next one is this year, March 30, 31 in 2021. He said it will take another 93 years before it is at the foot of Virgo again. So again, he's just showing on this chart where it would be viewed around between February 1st to February 20th. And we are right here at February 9th. Now, on this chart, he updates this every year because he's a watchman. He's watching and observing. Planet 7X has come through our solar system. It has been documented by the Asian astronomers. So Planet 7X would come in this way, and you notice the years because it takes years for it to reach and enter into our solar system. So if it doesn't happen this year, then he goes back through this, updates and moves the dates a year later. So here at this point, 7X, Planet 7X was sighted by the Asian astronomers. They saw Planet 7X with their naked eye observations. A comet-like object with a tail should start to appear. So note, in 1054 AD, they had no light pollution, and Gill went on to say he would also expect the internet to be shut down near this point. Now, here is another view from Earth. So see, that was the previous screen we were looking at, it showing up in Aquarius. So it would just look like a bright comet light, if you will. And so it would come in this way. You can see the pointer. Now, as it approaches here, sometimes Gill suggests that people consider spending that Sukkot in Jerusalem because it is believed possibly that most of the damage will be done to North America and South America. Now, I want each of us to only be led by the Ruach HaKodesh, where we are to be, and so forth and so on. I'm not advocating anyone go to Jerusalem right now. I don't think you could go there anyway. I think it's shut down as far as taking in people. So be that as it may, it continues to travel here and it enters our solar system. Here, this green circle, that's the rotation of the Earth. The Earth in this diagram is here. So Planet 7X would cross the path, the Earth's pathway right here. That's the entry point. And when it reaches here, going around the sun, you see this dotted line. So this is where it could actually be visualized, and he calls that like a 40-day warning. So as it's coming around the sun, it could be visualized right here. And then it continues on, and you see it goes right in front of the Earth approaching it. So it's going back out, and no sooner does it go out, the Earth would go through the shower that it leaves behind. And then the Earth continues on and travels, and it takes approximately 150 days to make it from this point to this point. So that's 5 months, and we know 5 months is significant in Yahweh's word. And then the Earth would go through this second meteor storm right here from that first entry point, okay? So we know in scripture, it says in Revelation 9:5, and to them it was given that they should not kill them, but they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. And in Psalm 91:7, and this is what I believe, that we don't have to fear or wonder where we are to be. Where are the cities of refuge? Where does he want us to be? He's going to let us know. And we recall in Psalm 91:7, 1,000 fall at your side and 10,000 at your right hand, but it does none come near you. And also, like I shared earlier, recall that Noah and those in the ark were protected for 5 months. In Luke 21:26, men will be fainting from fear and the expectation of what is coming on the earth, for the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. I had texted Gil the other day, and he replied to my question. He said, because I wanted to know if the earth was going to speed up or what's going to happen when such a planet comes through our solar system. He said, just before the first meteor storm, so right here, Earth will come to a complete stop with a total of 12-hour delay. On the second meteor shower storm, which would be right here, when wormwood hits Earth on its nighttime side, will push Earth slightly closer to the sun. The calendar year will be 364-day year Enoch calendar. Earth rotation will still be 24 hours. So those are his insights. And these are estimated times and dates. He's another watchman. He's devoted his life to tracking and watching and sharing this information at no charge. This is out of his love for Yahweh's people. So I greatly respect his work, and he has documented how several of the biblical events could have been related to such a similar event.
Planet X is a planetary body that has crossed Earth's inner solar system before and caused great havoc in the past and is coming back soon again, sometime in the near future.
People have known about it for years. It's been in popular science magazines as far back as the 1950s, stories about Planet X. The real hunt for Planet X was the launch of the space probes in the 1970s and the launch of the IRIS satellite in 1983. This is an infrared satellite that was doing sky mapping in the infrared range in 1983. And this absolutely located it and gave definition to it.
It was major news on the front cover of U.S. News and World Report. It was in the New York Times, the Washington Post. It was a big story, but nobody paid much attention to it.
It has a straight elliptical orbit and has come through and it crosses Earth's path twice. That gives us 3 fixed points: the center of the sun where it pivots from, and 2 crossings on Earth's path, which is roughly 5 months apart.
So like we have been looking at the 360-day prophetic counting calendar, that counting calendar goes hand in hand with the prophecy in the Bible. That is what that calendar is used for. Since it's 360 days, it would have to be synchronized to make it an annual calendar. And there are those calendars that have synchronized with the 360-day. But the 360-day prophetic counting calendar goes hand in hand with Bible prophecy. So that is a calendar you use, everyone should use, for determining Bible prophecy, okay? Not to be confused with annual solar year tracking. The 360-day prophetic calendar is for use with the Bible prophecy. Gil himself, he has his own calendar with his key events that he's tracking here on a calendar, and he's watching and he's giving this information out as to what he is expecting. He's also sharing here that in this bottom right hand corner, how it would probably look when it's first sighted. It doesn't look very threatening at first. Now we'll watch this short clip about the cosmic signs by Gavin Finley. Now, there is a reference to the past lunar and solar eclipses of 2014 to 2015, but he also gives further insights and thoughts to that as well. This is short.
The 7-year period beginning in 2014 bears very careful watching because of the highly unusual eclipse cluster. There is a heptad of 4 lunar eclipses coming in 2014 and 2015, right across Passover and Tabernacles during those 2 years. They were discovered by Pastor Mark Biltz back in 2008, and his discovery may prove to be highly significant and important as an omen for something coming. The lunar eclipse tetrad have been called blood moons, and yes, the penumbra phase of the lunar eclipse does appear red for a brief minute or so, but quite frankly, for this eclipse cluster to be named blood moons is very unfortunate. Such a name cloaks and obfuscates the true bloody moon associated with the very late post-tribulational cosmic signs of the sixth seal. The eclipse cluster is certainly an important omen, but it should in no way replace the rock-solid, biblically sound connection of the bloody moon and the complete package of those 3 cosmic signs associated with the sixth seal, as described by Joel in Joel 2:29 through 31, and Jesus in the Olivet Discourse, Matthew 24:29 through 30, and John in the book of Revelation, chapter 6, verses 12 through 17. These post-tribulational cosmic disturbances are a far bigger deal than the eclipse cluster of 2014 and 2015. They last more than just a few seconds. The true blood moon lasts for 30 days. It will be an epic event observed worldwide, and it will be accompanied by other cosmic signs of the sun turning to darkness and a spectacular meteor shower of which the stars appear to be falling. This is the real blood moon, not the lunar eclipse heptad of 2014 and 2015. As we see in the middle of our chart here, the eclipse cluster also includes a solar eclipse. It happens to land right on Nisan 1, the religious new year of 2015. This eclipse cluster, with major astronomical events all marking significant Hebrew calendar dates, is highly unusual, and it looks like it might be very important. It has been presented as the blood moon and a sign of the sixth seal at one point, and its characterization as a blood moon caused it to be considered as a candidate for the terminus of the age. But as we've seen, this is most certainly not the case. Just before the 2008 Feast of Trumpets, there was a lot of speculation of an imminent rapture, but this time has come and gone. So could the eclipses be a sign or a portent for the beginning of the 70th week of Daniel? Is the eclipse cluster an omen for the start of the final 7 years of this age? This is a very real possibility, and it bears careful watching.
Okay, so biblical astronomy is a huge part of the Bible. And in this clip, I was trying to get it to go back, but it won't go back. So let me see. I'll just go forward. Okay, so this excerpt tells us the Earth is orbiting the sun at 29.79 kilometers per second and has been doing so for many thousands of years. This constant speed of 29.79 kilometers means that per second means that to make one orbit of the sun, one complete circle, will take 365.2422 days. If we speed up the orbit of the Earth to 30.22379 kilometers per second, we would end up with a year that is 60 days long. Just like during the time of Hezekiah's sundial, moving back 10 steps, it probably wasn't even noticeable. So it's amazing how little of a change it would take to change the times, if you will. So there is no time dilation or anything extraordinary here. We have only slowed the speed of the Earth down. We have not changed spin of the Earth in a 24-hour period, and we have not changed the speed of the moon around the Earth. However, if the Earth had a year of 360 days per year, Earth's orbital speed of 30.22379 kilometers per second, the moon would now automatically have a 30-day lunar month without changing the speed of the orbit of the moon. I just wanted to share that little excerpt. Now, I want us to listen to an excerpt by Dean Coombs. His website is 1260day.com.
There's going to be a peace treaty signed at noon, or the ceremony begins at noon, which will be exactly 1,334 days to the minute when Donald Trump was inaugurated. Please see my previous post and video for why that is significant. Thus, today, after 12 o'clock, begins the 1335th day. As it says in the book of Daniel, chapter 12, blessed is he who waits for and reaches to the 1335th day. We are reaching or touching it at 12 o'clock as I am talking to you this minute. I need, and I felt the need to do another video simply because I had a dream. I woke up with a dream this morning, and I'm going to tell you it in a second. But the main purpose for this video is to point out that the Bible says in the book of Daniel that there would be a covenant signed. I'm going to read beginning in the middle here. Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, he will confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. In the middle of the week, he will put an end to sacrifice and offering, and on the wing of the temple, he will set up the abomination that causes desolation until the end that is decreed is poured out on him. The word there is a week, can be a week of days, literally 7 days, and thus in the middle of 7 days, 3.5 days plus 3.5 days, or it can be symbolic of years. It's both. Wheels within wheels, 7 days intersecting 7 years. 3.5 years, they've been working on this peace treaty. And happens that in 3.5 years from now, will be the 70th Jubilee will begin in 2024, Nisan 1st, spring. And that year, into the 2025, will be the 70th Jubilee. Jubilee lasts a year or even 2 years. Anyways, in 3.5 days exactly after they sign the peace treaty, will be the Feast of Trumpets on the Jewish calendar, Rosh Hashanah, the New Year, when they blow trumpets. And it's interesting because the book of Revelation says that the seventh angel blows his trumpet in the middle of the 7 years or a week. So it just happens to be that in 3.5 days will be Rosh Hashanah, and in 3.5 years will be the beginning of the 70th Jubilee from when they entered into the Promised Land. It'll also be the eclipse over North America will complete this X over North America, and it in turn is exactly 7 years apart. These two eclipse lines that have gone over North America, so that they divide the 7 years prior to the 70th Jubilee, just like that over North America. Now I'm talking about eclipse years. Eclipse years is shorter than a lunar year. Anyway, so the two lines are 7 years apart. And so we are now in that, roughly in that middle of that eclipse 7-year period previous to the 70th Jubilee, which according to the book of Daniel, the final cycle of 490 years, the 7-year ending of it is also divided up into 3.5 year periods. Now, everything I've said is actually very well known. I'm not saying this is the peace treaty, ultimate one that people have been talking about for so long. I'm saying it's more than a foreshadowing. It's part of the same system or beast system that's slowly developing. And this could be the final one. It would be possible. I mean, I'm not a pre-rapture fan, but hey, if I was going to go for a pre-rapture, wow, 3.5 days, the Rosh Hashanah, the blowing of the trumpets, you know, blowing of the ram's horn and all that. After the peace treaty, and then another 3.5 years to the 70th Jubilee, the commencement of the 70th Jubilee. I mean, that would be a good time, wouldn't it? 15th, 33 days later. The exact day when signed will be significant, and it sure was, as I talk about in the previous 2 videos. Note, what is said briefly in the following does not mean that this is the very covenant prophesied in Daniel 9. However, at the very least, it is a foreshadowing of it. It is a warning, if not more. That's so important. People run around and they'll say, Dean says it's the end of the world. I didn't say that. This is what I said. And I'll repeat this a second time in this article because I know what people are like. Take half your words and run with it. Well, people are saying peace and safety, destruction will come on them suddenly as labor pains on a pregnant woman, and they will not escape. Right? This whole peace treaty is called peace and security, or peace and prosperity in our time. 1330 in our generation, 1335 days until the dark mark across the United States. The importance of the upcoming solar eclipses was already explained in earlier articles. Observe the dates and locations of the 2 marks of X. So here we are. Let's see if I can open this up a bit more. And here's your North American one we're looking at now, right? This one was in 2027, August 21st. 7 eclipse years later, we got the one coming up in April 8th, 2024, which is the Jewish New Year and begins the very beginning of the 70th Jubilee, which lasts the year to 2025, forming an X. There should be signs right now with the blood moon eclipses. With the sun and the moon turning into blood with these forest fires, sandwiched in between these 2 literal darkening of the sun, forming an X over North America because X marks the spot and also reminds us of the mark of the beast. And there's a second one coming up, also 7 years apart, as you see over here. And it will go across Mecca and Medina, the birth and death places of the false prophet Muhammad, and crisscross the Red Sea, symbolic of where Israel crossed over the Red Sea, and so forth and so on. So these things are coming up, and this is like real close upon us now. All right, so let's go back. I mean, you think this alone would cause people to, there's a number 12. Each are 3.5 eclipse years apart, 1,211 days. All 7 occur on a Monday. They're all occurring as well on the same day of the week. It's just part of this very wonderful pattern. But you'd think people would be looking at this and say, you know, these are amazing signs, but everyone's asleep. Just like Jesus said would happen. All the virgins fall asleep just before the end of the age, deluded and asleep. It's happening right before your eyes. Very sad. You can read that for yourself. And this one about Mecca Medina, you can read that for yourself or go to the webpage.
Okay, Dean is also a watchman on the wall, and you can go to his website. He's got a couple of websites. One is the 360calendar.com, and the other one was 1260d.com. And he obviously does see the last 7 years as 2 1260-day time periods. So here again are other biblical astronomy things to be watching for, the signs in the heavens. And this calendar, let me back up, I'm sorry. This calendar on his website, 360calendar.com, is a calendar converter. So you can put in the date and the year and the century and so forth, so on, and it automatically calculates like a 360 calendar from Exodus or 360 calendar from Christ, a Hebrew date, ancient Egyptian date, other calendars that can be calculated, Julian, Islamic, Persian, Kurdish, Afghan, Mayan, so forth, so on. So I thought that was interesting. And he has charts upon charts upon charts of timelines. And so these are all references that he has done to edify the body of believers. So again, I know we all have high respect for the work that the watchmen have put in. Now, I know we may kind of run long tonight, but I'm going to go for it. So this is a very interesting video clip relating to the Maseroth, and this is from Dean Coombs as well.
This is an update to the previous two videos about Comet Atlas. Another comet has appeared called Comet Swan, and as Comet Atlas, which represented the chief of the fallen Nephilim, or the Titans, or fallen angels, and that's putting it in a simplified form. But anyways, as it falls, this new comet is rising. They actually cross one another in the sky. And so I wrote a post May 5th about Comet Swan ascends gracefully as Titan Atlas falls. So this video is going to be a short summary of the main post. So if you want to know the details, you'll have to go to 1260d.com and look for the article called Comet Swan Ascends Gracefully as Titan Atlas Falls, posted May 5th, 2020. Now I'm simply going to read a summary article about Comet Swan, posted May 7th. And you see it there on the screen. Sign of the rising beast of Revelation 13, now seen in the heavens. The below two images summarize this important sign now occurring above your heads. Why is God displaying signs in heaven at this time? It's because of all the confusion on earth with all its conspiracies. People are eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That tree produces death. Eat from the tree of life. God is giving us something better to think about right now. Colossians 3:1-4. Since then you have been raised with Christ, set your hearts on things above, where Christ is seated at the right hand of God. Set your minds on things above, not on earthly things. For you died, and your life is now hidden with Christ in God. And when Christ, who is your life, appears, then you also will appear with him in glory. Now for the details, as I said, go to Comet Swan Ascends Gracefully as Titan Atlas Falls, posted May 5th, 2020. This is simply a summary. And may this heavenly sign provoke you to search the scriptures about the ascension of Christ as it did me. So my hope is that as I explain here briefly the sign presently occurring in the heavens, that it will provoke you to think about the ascension, the resurrection, the ascension, and Pentecost, and these things from the scriptures, and get you into the scriptures. Because that's eating from the tree of life, rather than getting consumed by all the confusion of conspiracy theories presently being propagated to do with the current situation with the coronavirus. Let's continue. A beast comes up from the sea. Now I am quoting Revelation 13, verses 1 and verse 3. The dragon stood on the shore. Actually, as I read this, every detail of these two verses is going to be found in the sign that's occurring in the heaven right now. So please pay attention. So I'm going to read these two verses slowly for that reason. From Revelation 13, just two verses, but the whole chapter is actually contained in this present sign displayed in the heavens. But these two verses are particularly obvious. The dragon stood on the shore of the sea, and I saw a beast coming out of the sea. It had 10 horns and 7 heads, with 10 crowns on its horns, and on each head a blasphemous name. One of the heads of the beast, I put bracket here just to make it clear, Atlas. Atlas, as I said, was according to the book of Enoch and other passages and books and literature, Atlas was the head of the 7 titans who rebelled. And actually, a titan is simply a residue in the Greek mythology from the biblical fallen angels referred to in Genesis 6. Okay, so one of the heads of the beast seemed to have had a fatal wound. But the fatal wound had been healed. The whole world was filled with wonder and followed the beast. Well, Comet Atlas, on the very days that I posted the previous 2 videos about Comet Atlas, which was on the anniversary of Jesus riding into Jerusalem on a donkey, that comet broke up at that very time into 4 pieces. So we're going to look at that in this picture here in a second. And I'm actually just going to leave it for you to ponder. I'll read the headings, but you really do have to look at the picture, read those verses I just read out of Revelation 13, and it's pretty obvious that you can see that the imagery of Revelation 13 is contained in the heavens. We shouldn't be surprised. The previous chapters talking about there was a sign in the heaven and a woman giving birth to a son, right? And that clearly refers to, among other things, the constellation of the Virgin, Virgo, and so forth and so on. Okay. It's actually interesting. I hope this is not a side thing. I just happened to, this morning, it's May 9th, right now as I'm doing this video, just happened to come across an article saying that Comet Atlas seems to be recovering from its fatal wound, at least temporarily. The comet is undergoing some sudden and unexpected flaring up. So that's interesting. I'm not sure where that's going to go, but actually, if you just give me a second, I'll just do a quick search for that and show you what I'm referring to. It might have bearing, it might not. Time will tell. Comets are quite unpredictable. But I do believe, since this is from the Lord, whatever happens will be part of what the sign is. There it is. See? Well, wow. Comet Atlas got brighter this week. It was just posted, on as far as Google concerned, 2 hours ago. And so here we are. See, you get 4 slides of the Comet Atlas, and they're just showing you that May 5th, May 6th, May 8th, then May 9th. Suddenly it's unexpectedly getting brighter. So we'll see where that goes. You can read that article for yourself. But it's just interesting because it says that Comet Atlas had a fatal wound. I mean, all the articles have been saying, well, so much for Comet Atlas. Its head is dead. You know, the comet is broken up. Right now it's flaring up. So that's just, I find that kind of interesting. Maybe it's going to recover in some form. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Okay, so now let's look at the main image on your screen. Now, it's not too difficult to see Revelations 13 and the whole chapter of that matter in these images or constellations in the heavens. Now, this is what these constellations are static; they're always there, and they were known at the time of John in the book of Revelation, and to have all these things in the heavens that clearly parallel Revelation 13 cannot be a coincidence. I mean, if you had one item, such as a beast or a dragon or a lamb, but not the others, you would say, well, yeah, there's a slight parallel. But when you have all the imagery in all its details, well, you have to have your head in the sand not to see the comparison. All right, so on April 4th, 2020, Nisan 10th, Comet Atlas broke into 4 tails, or 4 comets, that looked like 4 horns. So you see it right here. I got this enlargement below. It's broken up. This is my Starry Night software. And the 4 comets have Comet Atlas is broken up into 4 heads, which look like 4 horns. And I say 4 horns, as we shall see, because Atlas, as I said here, Atlas was the chief of the 7 rebel stars called Titans. This is actually referred to in the book of Enoch and other literature. Atlas is also the 7th head star in Pleiades, who rides the beast. Now, I'm not going to take the time to explain this in this video. I said this is a summary, and that's all it is. You need to go to the main post, as said, and read it, the explanations for yourselves. To those who are familiar with prophecy, especially constellations, it will be much more obvious to what I'm saying right now. But if not, you need to go to the post and read it for yourself. But this below here, that's the Pleiades, called the 7 sisters, 7 stars, and Atlas is going to swing by it with its 4 horn-like projections, and this will give a picture of Revelation chapter 13, verse 1, about the 7 heads and the 10 horns. Now, it happens that the breakup of Comet Atlas, which I said happened the same days I put out the videos about Comet Atlas as representative of the fall of the devil. It just happens that at that same time, Atlas broke up, and as I said in those videos, it was the date of the videos was Nisan 10th. Now, Nisan 10th on the Jewish calendar is the anniversary of when the Israelites crossed the Jordan into the promised land. That was 1406 BC. But it is also the anniversary of when Jesus rode into Jerusalem triumphantly riding on a donkey, and he was heralded as Israel's true king. If you read that passage, there's a subtle comparison to Jesus as the true king coming into Jerusalem on a donkey with Herod, King Herod, who claimed to be the king, which was really can be compared to the devil, King Herod, or to Comet Atlas. negatively speaking. But it was a very interesting parallel. The Bible says the whole city was shaken because they were afraid of what Herod might think when Jerusalem rode into Jerusalem on a donkey. So anyways, it was a very interesting time, Nisan 10th. As I said, I'm hoping that, and God, I believe this is the purpose, is that when you see these parallels, you see these comets passing over certain stars that are telling a story, very obvious, that you get into the scriptures, that you search these things out. You say, wow, that reminds me of this, that, and the other thing from the Bible. And that's what God wants you to do. He wants you to think on the scriptures and get your mind off all the nonsense going on in the earth right now. Let's continue to read. At left is an enlargement of Pleiades, circled in yellow here in the bull. Atlas is the lowest of the 7 stars, right here. This is Atlas at the very bottom of these 7 stars of the Pleiades, which, as I said, is within this yellow circle and rides this beast, this bull, who is, as you can see here, emerging from the sea. Again, remember, Revelation 13, verse 1 and 13. The beast rises from the sea, you see? So this beast is rising from the sea in the constellation. Remember, this is the ancient understanding. That's why all of the dragon, or the sea monster, is from the sea. The dragon stood by the sea. So you got the sea monster. You got fish bound to the dragon jumping forth from the dragon. And then you got the bull emerging from the sea, because this whole part of the sky was viewed as the underworld, the sea, the sea of the cosmic world. And so the beast rises from the sea in the cosmic world. The dragon stands by the shore of the sea in the cosmic world. We always think of it on the earth, in terms of the earth. But these things are heavenly signs in the book of Revelation. And God does do signs on the earth as well. But this sign in Revelation 13 clearly parallels these constellations you see on your screen. That's what the writer had in mind, and that's what the Spirit of God had in mind as he revealed these things to John, primarily. Continuing to read here, the 4 horns of Comet Atlas appear. Back up here. The 4 horns above it is Comet Atlas. So here you got the 4 horns broken into 4 pieces. The 4 horns of Comet Atlas appear above the star Atlas. There's Atlas. And the other 6 heads. There's the other 6 stars of Pleiades. This is what the sky looked like early May 29th, 2020. Right here. This little section in the yellow triangle. This is the sky on early May 29th, 2020, which is Pentecost on the Jewish calendar. The rest of the scene here in the heavens with its planets, right? The constellations will always remain static. They always appear as they do. But the planets, of course, they move along the ecliptic, and but everything else remains static. So here is Venus. Venus is, as I pointed out, just happens to be on Nisan 10th, overlapping going through the Pleiades, and almost, like very close, overlapped the star named Atlas. And these stars were named this for a reason. The 7 stars that ride this beast were part of the mythology, the 7 fallen titans, right? And Atlas is the chief, which in turn, as I said, parallels to what the Bible has to say and other extra biblical literature, such as particularly the book of Enoch. So thus Comet Swan crushes the star, head of Satan, on the anniversary of Jesus' ascension. After that, power is poured out on Pentecost to overcome the little horn. And I quote these verses, Acts 1-2, Ephesians 4:8, and Daniel 8. Now, this, what I just said about crushing the head of Satan, will become very obvious and clear as you read the post. And I will just do a quick look at that right now, because it just happens that Comet Swan, as it rises in the sky now, while Comet Atlas descends in the sky, and they actually switch by each other. And as they do their switch, one rises, one falls. Comet Swan, well, let's look at it. Comet Swan will go down here a bit below. Comet Swan, now it's a date, May 20th. Comet Swan passes right over the star called Algol. You see this? Here's Comet Atlas rising up, all right? It just happens to be, first of all, that May 20th, when it crosses over Algol, is the anniversary of when Jesus ascended up into heaven. And as you read the post, I invite you to read, you'll see that Comet Swan represents Christ himself, his ascension, his rising up from the underworld, his ascension into heaven, and then giving of the gifts at Pentecost. All the while, Comet Atlas is descending from its heights down to its depths. So they're reversing positions. But as Comet Swan here rises on the anniversary of when Jesus ascended to heaven, 40 days after first fruits, on the Jewish calendar, this is Iyar 26th, and in other time zones, 27th, which is the anniversary of Jesus' ascension. So as Jesus ascends, he passes right over this very bright, strong star, well known in the sky, Algol. Memory serves me correctly, it's the 28th brightest star in the sky. Well, Algol in Hebrew just happens to mean the head of Satan. That's interesting. How many know that there's a star in the heavens that's been named the head of Satan? English, they call it the head of the devil or the demon star, obliterates symbolically by the sword of the comet, because a comet is known as a sword or a scepter in antiquity. Either one is significant. Either the scepter overthrows the scepter of the head of Satan, or the sword slays the head of the Satan. Remember Revelation 13, 1 and 2. Remember about the head of the beast being killed. And also other verse, it's you need to do your study, but there's actually 3 passages in the Bible that refer to 10 heads and 7 heads and 10 horns, and each are slightly different. And so just as the prophecies are complex along the theme of 7 heads and 10 horns, so the sign is accommodating, appears anyways, all 3 ways of looking at the 7 heads and the 10 horns of prophecy. So it's complex, but so is the prophecy. So why should you expect it to be something other than that? So let's just go back now. So now I invite you, I could read this, but this is part of the summary. I'll just read a little bit, because this video is longer already than I expected. About the above image. The beast is Taurus the bull. The 7 sisters of Pleiades rides the beast, with Venus on top of the star Atlas of Pleiades, right here. Right here. Venus on top of the star Atlas. As the beast comes out of the sea, right? There's the beast coming out of the sea, right? There's the water. The beast comes out of the sea. Note, Venus was the Roman goddess of sex and war, a vicious harlot, also known as Ishtar and Isis. So right away, I hope you're getting a kind of a sense of how complex this is. Venus is the morning star. Well, Jesus is the morning star. However, there's a counterfeit recorded in the book of Isaiah, which says that Lucifer claims to be the morning star, right? And the name Venus itself is the Roman goddess of sex and war. So all of these things are true at once. So Venus can represent the Lord, Venus can represent the Lucifer, but Venus can also represent the harlot that rides the beast. It's that complex, but as you read the scriptures are also complex. So it's agreeing with the scriptures is what I'm trying to say. We like things simple, neat, and tidy, and put God in little boxes and our theology in little boxes. But the Bible says, let him who has wisdom calculate and discern and number and figure these things out. So it takes effort. As I've said before, lazy people need not apply. All right, so here we are. The dragon, which is the sea monster below it, gives its beast its authority. Remember that we're referring to Revelation chapter 13. So here's the dragon, you see, Cetus, the sea monster, the dragon by the sea. It's looking and it's into the direction of the beast. The dragon gives the beast, the bull, its authority. And in antiquity, the bull, Taurus has a huge amount of significance in ancient literature to do with Antichrist and everything, so many things. So we don't have time to get into that, but Taurus is very much associated with the Antichrist, with fallen beings, with different gods and so forth. And as I say in the post, the beast here with this horn called, let's just see it here, called El-Nath, is actually piercing the heel of this shepherd charioteer constellation above it, which I don't have in this particular image. So the bull is piercing the heel of the good shepherd. All the while, the good shepherd is crushing the head of the beast. And this is the current sign that's going on in the heavens. The ram above the dragon, in this context, is the false prophet, as it says in Revelation 13, 11 to 12, who has two horns like a lamb, but speaks like a dragon. Okay, so we always think, those who study this, that Aries, the lamb or the ram with the two horns, represents Jesus, and that is true. Actually, all these constellations can represent Jesus. But remember, you're looking at the sky that's been corrupted by demonic beings who have manipulated God's signs and trying to get them to speak about themselves in a perverse way. So they now represent all kinds of false gods. But originally, that wasn't the intent of God for the stars in the sky. They were meant to speak about Him, about Jesus Christ, not about these false gods. But however, inasmuch as the counterfeit resembles the real thing, you can still see by the counterfeit how originally they represented Christ and His kingdom. Again, read the post. It will explain what I just said a little bit more clearly. But the whole book of Revelation is like that. Everything that's good has an evil parallel. By doing that, the darkness it reveals the light all the better. The evil only brings out the truth better. And so these constellations, though many of them have been corrupted, actually only bring out the truth of Christ better, as long as you understand that Christ is the key to understand what they truly mean. So, the false prophet, the dragon, the beast. And what are these two fishes rising up? Well, Revelation 13, you read the whole chapter, it goes, there's 4 or 5 verses, talks about the captivity of his people. And so these two fish represent the Israel and the church who are bound to the dragon and they're seeking to escape. And I don't believe it's a coincidence that it just happens that as the snapshot here, as Venus was crossing over the Titan Atlas star, while Comet Atlas was being broken up, its head into four pieces, the sun was passing over Pisces and breaking, so to speak, symbolically by its brightness of its coming, the chains that hold Israel and the church in bondage to the dragon. So he's telling the whole story of Revelation 13. So I'm going to stop there, and I invite you, there's a whole lot more. I invite you to look at the post at 1260d.com. As said, it's called Comet Swan Ascends Gracefully as Titan Atlas Falls.
Hallelujah. The sun is helping us. The sun, S-O-N, is helping us break free and has given us victory. Praise Yah. So you see the depth of work that Dean Coombs has put into this to explain the Mazzaroth and the signs happening above our heads. And so I'd like to move on next to understanding more about the 360-day prophetic calendar. Now, I came across this after the fact that Yahweh had showed us the need for counting on a 360-day prophetic calendar to match his prophetic timelines. And so this YouTube channel was very insightful and affirmed what we were seeing in his word. This is on Nick Vanderlaan's YouTube channel. And now he follows his own devised 364-day Enoch calendar using the spring equinox to reset it every year. So this is one example of how the 360-day prophetic calendar can be incorporated into an annual calendar. So when you take off this spring equinox here and the intercalary seasonal days, then you end up with just the 360-day prophetic calendar template. And he had someone make a note under this particular video. He said, so Brother Nick, sorry if this is a dumb question. You calculate the Sabbath using the 364 days, not the 360? And if so, if not, how or why do you conclude when to use the 364 versus the 360? This is not a rhetorical question, by the way, just trying to learn and incorporate knowledge and wisdom. And that's exactly what we are trying to do, is to learn and incorporate knowledge and wisdom and come together as the body of believers to search out the scripture, bring to the table, eat his manna, and see if these things be so. He replied, first, one has to calibrate the 364-day year based on the day of the spring equinox. In doing so, the days of the week, which include the Sabbath, are established. After the 364-day calendar has been established, all one does to get to the 360-day prophetic calendar is drop, not include the 4 intercalary days of the season. I suggest you spend another 19 minutes and rewatch this video to really get the understanding. Now, we're just going to watch a shorter clip of that, but I will forward the YouTube link later on. Now, this is specifically the clip speaking about the 360-day prophetic calendar. So there is such a calendar, and it is used with his biblical prophecies. So this is something Yahweh has shown us. There has to be a reason why he showed it to us. And for that reason, that's why we're searching for additional information. Have other brothers and sisters seen the same thing, and how they applied it?
So now let me go ahead and explain the 360-day prophetic calendar, which I just partially explained, which are these 12 months of 30 days per month. So that means that the 4 intercalary days of the season are not included in the 360-day prophetic calendar year. And where do we get this understanding from? We get it right here from Enoch chapter 75, verse 1 and 2. And the leaders of the heads of the thousands who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office according to the reckoning of the year, which is the 364-day year. And these render service on the 4 days, which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. Speaking of the prophetic year. So we see 2 different calendar years. And now let me give you this. And owing to them, men go wrong therein. So when you count and reconcile the prophecies, men go wrong in owing to them, because they count those 4 extracalary days and they don't understand how to count the days. And also they count the spring equinox, which is not part of the calendar year. So with that being said, the days of the seasons and also the spring equinox are not part of the 360-day prophetic calendar year, as I will show you right now in this slide as I grade them out. This calendar is the 360-day prophetic calendar. As you notice, the day of the spring equinoxes have been removed, and also down at the bottom that the 4 intercalary days of the seasons have also been removed. Now we are not going to err in owing to them in our reckoning of counting the prophetic days. As you can see, there are 12 months with 30 days per month. 12 times 30 is 360 days, and this is the 360-day prophetic calendar, which is a variation of the 364-day official Enoch calendar. Now that I've showed you the 360-day prophetic calendar, let me give you some examples of counting biblical prophecies using the 360-day prophetic calendar. Again, which is its own version of the Enoch calendar. So 430 days that Ezekiel laid on his sides, that's like a prophecy. I have a video on that. The 1,260 days, which is 42 months of Daniel and Revelation. The 1,290 days prophecy of Daniel. The 5 months prophecy of Revelation. The 2,300-day prophecy of Daniel. And also the 1,335-day prophecy of Daniel. So to count these prophecies, you have to have the correct Enoch calendar and then have the understanding to drop those 4 days in your reckoning and have the 360-day prophetic calendar. And now that I've explained that, let me go ahead and demonstrate to you how to properly count these prophecies on the Enoch calendar. So here are the counting of the 1,260 days, which we know is 42 months, which is also 3.5 years of Daniel and Revelation. And I'm going to count this for you and demonstrate how to count it on the 360-day prophetic calendar. So Revelation chapter 11, verse 2 to 3, quote, "But count the court which is without the temple, leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles. And the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth." So in this verses right here, we understand that 1,260 days equals 42 months. Now on a lunar calendar, that doesn't work. On a 364-day solar calendar, that doesn't work. You have to have the 360-day prophetic calendar. And on a 360-day calendar, 42 months exactly equals 1,260 prophetic days. That is how this works. As the days of the season, as I explained earlier, are not reckoned. Okay? And we also see in Revelation 12:6 and 12:14 that 1,260 days equals a time, times, and a half of a time. So 3.5 years. So now let me go ahead and get back to the calendar, and I'm going to count you the 1,260 days. So I'm back here on the 360-day prophetic calendar, which is a variation of the 364-day Enoch solar calendar. And as you see, we have 12 months, and each month is 30 days, so it's 360 days. So to count the 3.5 years, or the 42 months, okay, or the 1,260 days, we have to have a starting date. And my arbitrary starting date that I'm going to choose for this prophecy is I'm going to choose the first day of the 7th month, right here, the 7th month, Rosh Chodesh, the first day of the 7th month, right here. So this calendar where you see Yom Teruah, where it says Hodesh, this is day 1, and then you have 30 days on it. This is the new month. So this is the first day of the new month. So here I go. I'm going to count 42 months, which is 1,260 days, and you're going to see how this calendar ends. 1 month, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I'm going to come around. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, that's one time through. We go again, that's 2 times through, and that's 24 months, ending here on the 30th day of the 6th month. We're going to go 3 times through, that's 3 years. Okay, now we've completed 36 months, ending here on the 30th day of the 6th month. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to now count an additional 6 months. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the last day of that 6th month is the 30th day of the 12th month. What's interesting is after the 30th day of the 12th month is the spring equinox. So this event, or this possible event, which I possibly understand to happen after the 1,260 days, it's going to end the day before the spring equinox. And as I said, the spring equinox is the cursed day of Job's birth, and I understand that an event could possibly start on this day. So I just counted 1,260 prophetic days. Now, if you were to put the start date on the first day of the 7th month, whatever the Gregorian date is, and then put the end date 3.5 years later on this date, whatever the date of the 30th day of the 12th month is, you are going to get more than 1,260 days. That is because the days of the spring equinox, which is about 1 day every year, and also the 4 days of the seasons aren't reckoned in the prophetic count on the 360-day prophetic calendar. This is how you properly count the prophecies and reckon the prophecies.
Okay, so we have another watchman on the wall. He also came to understand the 360-day prophetic calendar, the same understanding we came to just a couple of months ago. And we came to that understanding after sharing one of our initial videos about the timelines. And Mr. Judadan here had put in a lot of comments under that video to help us understand how to even make a 360-day calendar. Now, just what Nick reviewed, we reviewed last week, but I used actual calendar formats, and we did the timeline. We had started on a different starting point. We had started and correlated it to after the Day of Atonement, but very, very similar. And here again is yet another example that Mr. Judadan did by hand. And you see, he's going to explain this calendar that ends up looking like a coat of many colors, if you will. And he uses the color of the rainbow to make this calendar. And he numbers the years 1 through 7 here at the top. So each row is 12 months, 7 across. So this is the unifying pattern of Daniel and Revelation that corresponds to the prophetic timelines in which we count 360 days per each 7 years.
Hello, everybody. It's Chad Buck, Mr. Judah Dan, Aleph Met 360. And what you're looking at here is 2,520 days, 84 months. From here over is 42 months. From here to here is another 42 months. From here to here, it is exactly 1,260 days. From here to here, it is another 1,260 days. When you get to the end, it starts over again. Okay, you're probably wondering, why all the color? Well, let me explain that to you. Okay, see, here's this little color dot thing. Each day of the week, I colored according to the covenant of Noah, when God gave his rainbow. We don't flip it upside down, we keep it right side up. It's red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Okay? And the first month, the first 30-day month starts on the first day of the week, which I've colored red. So that makes this whole month red. Okay? It ends on the second day of the week. And that's how a 30-day month system works. If it starts on the first day of the week, it's going to end on the second day of the week, which makes the next month begin on the third day of the week. You see? Ends on the fourth day of the week. Begins on the fifth day of the week. And so forth and so on. Now look. Yellow or red. Yellow and orange. Or wait. Red and yellow make orange. Okay? Yellow and blue make green. These are things that I noticed. If you have 31 days in a month, well, that would make this month green. You see? It would throw off the whole color scheme of the whole thing. If you was to add one day to it, you've ruined the whole thing. If you deduct one day from it, you've ruined the whole thing. And so each month lands on the color of the day that it begins on. You see? And it does that all the way through. It starts on the first day of the week. The next time that it does it is in the 8th month. It starts on the first day of the week. You see? You got 12 months. 13, 14. And then it starts over again. It octavates. Octavates. Is that even a word? It's the octave. Yeah? It begins again on the first day of the week. Every time you see a red month, that's when the first day of the week starts, or the first day of the month begins on the first day of the week. That's why they're all red. You know? And this is how the feast days of God are supposed to be done. If you read Revelations 11, we know that 42 months equals 1,260 days, equaling a time, times, and half a time. That's exactly 42 months. And on your own time, if you don't believe me, you can sit and count them. There's exactly 84 months here in a 7-time situation. So that's telling you that when Nebuchadnezzar was given the mind of an animal and sent out into the field, until for 7 times he would be out there until he admitted that God was God. Well, this is what you're looking at. From that day he was sent out. This day they went and got him, and he was back on his throne on this day. And I guarantee you that's how it happened. 2,520 days Nebuchadnezzar was out in the field. This is how it works. The appointed feasts are to come at their appointed times. A time, times, and half a time equal to 42 months equals 1,260 days. It doesn't say that the feast days come at their appointed seasons. I'm sorry. Now, I know that God gave the stars, the sun, and the moon to serve as signs and seasons and years. And they do. The constellations serve as signs. The seasons, the sun and the moon, produce a thing called seasons. It's true. Okay? But then there's a thing called times. And a time is 360 days. Not 361, not 359. If you add one day to God's calendar, you will have thrown off every single one of his feast days to where they don't come at their appointed times. You know that in the 7th year is the year for canceling debts. In this year, it is debt free. This is the year for canceling debts. This is also the year, if you've done this, if this is the 7th time you've done it, right here on this day, the Day of Atonement, it will always and forever be on the 5th day of the week. The Day of Atonement, that you blow the trumpet, letting everyone know that this is the Jubilee. The trumpet is blown right then, giving you this much time to put your fields in order. You've got 5 months and 20 days to get your fields in order before it's Jubilee. You see? And so that's just what God has shown me. And to put it in a color-coded scheme, you can see how it cannot move to the left or to the right. When God says, do not lean to the left or to the right, but do his will, the color scheme of this proves that you cannot just do it whenever you want to. You know? How many temples have to be destroyed on the earth before men understand that you can't just do it whenever you want to? You have to do it according to God's holy plan. See, each one of his feast days in every year, see, you got on the 10th day of the 1st month, you're to get your year-old lamb, okay? Then, this day right here, the 13th, when the sun goes down, it's called twilight, you see? Which makes it the 14th day. Because when the sun goes down, it has become the 14th day. So on this day, when the sun goes down, it is now twilight, the 14th. You do your Passover lamb. This day is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. This and this, the first and the last, are feasts, are special Sabbaths unto the Lord. Now, here it is in the next year, though. Notice how it doesn't come on the same day? And this is how it does it 7 times. So in 7 years, your feast days fall at different times of the day. I mean, different days of the week. On every single one of them. So, if you listen to Zen Garcia and his Enochian calendar, see these extra 4 days? Oh, how easy it would be. Wouldn't it just be easier if we just abolished those and said that those 4 days don't count? Wouldn't it be just so much easier? Because then we could just start right back up to here. But there's an even easier way. Start your next year right where it leaves off. And then you go down. Oh no. Well, that means you start this year where this one leaves off. Oh no. You start this one where this one leaves off, and so on. It takes 7 years, 360-day years, for the 30th day of the 12th month to fall on the 7th day of the week. You see, it starts on the first day of the week. It ends on the last day of the week, the 7th day of the week, which means you start it right over again. Now, if you go making 31 days, you're going to ruin everything. If you go making 29 days or 28 days, you've ruined everything. And we don't care what gate the sun. See, evening and morning is a phenomenon that happens when the sun goes. It's from sundown to sundown that we mark our times. You see, it is evening and morning the first day. You can't just add days or subtract days to God's way. It just doesn't work, you know. And so that is what this point is to show you. You know, so I don't know, I feel like I'm starting to ramble. But this is what the Lord has shown me. They're meant it's awesome. I don't know what more to say about it. I just hope that you can understand that you cannot lean to the left. You can't lean to the right. You know? And this is all plain and simple in Revelations 11. So, 42 months equals 1,260 days. See that day right there? From there to there is exactly 1,260 days. Count it. If you don't believe me, count it. From here to here is 1,260 days. Okay? And there is exactly 42 months. So, if your feast days don't line up according to that, you're doing it the way the pagan heathen taught you to do it. I'm sorry, but the word Kadesh does not mean new moon. It simply means new month. You see, that is your new month. And try to get that to fall on the new moon. It doesn't work because a moon cycle, a moon month is 29 and a half days, which means every 2 months, you're a whole day off. So in 2 months, you can erase that day. 2 months, you erase that day. 2 months, you erase that day. To where you erase 6 days in 1 year, to where it's a 354-day year. Okay? It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way, man. And so that's my point, is just to show you, you people should be living by faith. My faith led me to do this, so that maybe your sight can see it. You can't lean to the left or to the right, folks. God's feast days come at their appointed times, not their appointed seasons. I'm sorry. You're following the fall and spring feasts. It's only because you don't understand the promise of God. The promise was that the plowman will be overtook by the reaper. You see, that promise is a year-round grow season. That has nothing to do with the seasons. God promised to line up the seasons to your obedience. But people don't want to obey, so they line up to the fall and the spring feast. Well, nowhere in the Bible does it ever make mention of fall and spring as having anything to do with being connected with the feasts. You just assume it's that way because you listen to Jewish people that do not believe that Jesus is the Messiah. Someday you'll stop doing that. Someday you'll stop listening to people that don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah. Yeshua, for all you people that want to correct my English. Gosh, man. You know, up north they used to say Moshivaleth. Down south they said Meshivaleth. You know, which one's more hellbound than the next? I don't know. I get tired of that. Whenever I say Jesus, people want to correct my English.
Okay, so Mr. Judadan was gracious enough to give us some insights to understand how to construct a 360-day calendar. And as we've progressed, we've come to find out how it is used with prophecies in the Bible, the timelines. The 360-day calendar is a prophetic calendar, goes hand in hand with the timelines. And for that reason, as we progress through the book of Revelation, we should be able to coincide events based on the text as to what feast day it may be referring to, and plot it along the 360-day prophetic calendar. Now, Mr. Judadan believes the day starts in the evening. Many of us believe the day starts at dawn. So don't let that trip you up. What I want you all to see is the passion and the dedication to edify the body of believers that we have seen through all these examples. And Mr. Judadan, I believe, probably uses the 360-day calendar as an annual calendar. At this point, what I see the 360-day prophetic calendar being is to be used with Bible prophecy. That's what I understand to date. But I highly value the time and effort it took Mr. Judadan to put detailed comments under one of our Daniel sessions, and also the passion to just to make this calendar right here. I mean, that took a lot of time, and that shows a passion to understand Yah's word. And I really do hope that is respected and appreciated, what he's trying to share with the body of believers. And I do not believe it's any coincidence that this focus on the 360-day prophetic calendar has just pretty much surfaced in the last several years. So not that it has, I mean, it's always been around, but we haven't really been focusing on it. We haven't been really focusing on the sabbatical years and the Jubilee cycles. And who would have ever thought of the beauty of putting it color-coded with the colors of the rainbow and seeing this tapestry right before our eyes? I truly do hope that is appreciated, because that's how simple it is. That's the same thing that Nick did with the diagram going just with 1260 days. It's the same thing I did last week. It's the same thing. I wanted you to see how it's important enough for people to take the time to make it by hand, to color code it, to map it out, to show how to count it, every jot and detail of this. So that is beautiful. That is beautiful. And we are going to keep it simple. We're basically going to keep what is right before you, a 360-day prophetic counting calendar that goes hand in hand with any prophecy in the word. That is the purpose of the 360-day prophetic counting calendar, is to keep us in sync with what's happening in the heavenlies during the greatest time periods on this earth. So we are going to keep it simple. And that's going to be our goal as we continue to study the timelines and watch for specific anchor events and anchor Moedim. Just like we looked at in some of the Mark McMillian videos, he said, in essence, Yahweh is saying, when you see that big red barn, start counting. And from what I've gleaned from Daniel 9:27, that big red barn is the agreement that will be signed with many. Was it the Abraham Accord? Don't know, but we're counting and we're watching and we're looking to what happens this Passover. Are they going to be sacrificing animals on a special altar? We know they've already started sacrificing animals. We know they have a red heifer, several candidates that have met the criteria. Will it happen or not? Don't know. If it doesn't happen, then more than likely we scratch our counting calendar, just like Gil would restart his observations. We may have to restart our counting calendar. But these are the tools to help us understand the book of Daniel and the book of Revelation and how to count. So that concludes tonight, and then we'll do a brief Q&A and we'll close tonight.
Very interesting, Lib.
Great. I think it was just awesome, the amount of watchmen on the wall that Yah has blessed us with. Like I shared at the very beginning, there's going to be discrepancies in viewpoints, calendars, flat earth, globe. There's going to be all of those, but don't let that distract you from the passion, the love, the desire to know him, to know where we're at, to be that watchman, to edify the body of believers. So, and to respect the time, energy, risk, and love it takes to put that together. That is incredible. That is incredible. So it's just super awesome that Yah has brought us this route. I'm just in awe. But I wanted to go through the 360-day prophetic counting calendar because it will be used as we go through the book of Revelation. And I don't want you all to be confused about any interference with any annual calendar we are presently following. That's not the goal of the 360-day prophetic counting calendar. It simply works with the timelines and prophecies of his word. All right, so Sarah, you have your hand up, and then Mary.
I actually appreciated Mr. What's his name?
Judadan. His name is really Chad. Precious.
Actually,
Precious.
It was great because honestly, I've been trying to understand this calendar craziness, and I would be sitting and scratching my head. I'm like, I don't get it. Yeah, what's going on again? I would be literally one video took me 3-4 times listening to it. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm not getting it. Eventually, it will just the light will come on someday. So hopefully soon enough, So there's times that I would listen to it and I'll just shut it down. I'm like, okay, this is not my time yet. My time will come when I will get it. But it makes so much sense. He made it so simple for me. I'm like, wow, it clicked. I'm like, wow, it's so easy. Once it's clicked, it makes sense. He made it, it just makes sense, how he coordinated and how he counts it, and everything lines up. It just makes perfect sense, you know. My question is, so, and also it makes sense. I mean, if Yah has originally given us 360 days, then my thing is, if like Mr. Judah Dan is counting the feast days using the 360 days, is probably more accurate than using the 364. I'm still learning, so it's a question. He brought it to my, I mean, it just makes sense to me. I said, okay, so if I use the 360 days counting to keep the feast, it will make more sense than using our yearly calendar that we're using. Just for the feast, as much as we're using it for the prophetic findings, also it would make sense to use the timeline of Yah's calendar because it would line up the right way. I don't know. I might be wrong. I'm just asking.
Yes, Sarah, that's the question, isn't it? Because now it will make the feast line up perfectly with the prophecies in his word. But to date, I don't see, and I don't know how to really speak directly to Mr. Judah Dan unless you get on his YouTube channel or his thought process on that. But he simply uses the 360-day calendar all the time. To date, I only see its use with the prophecies of the Bible. But what I found interesting was Nick's approach was that he believes the day starts at dawn. He also resets the calendar by the spring equinox, and he does add four intercalary days with the seasons. But yeah, it's rather perplexing, Sarah. It's rather perplexing, but that's when you start getting into the calendar realm, the annual calendar realm, which I want to keep us in the prophecy realm. I want us to keep in the 360-day prophetic calendar prophecy. Yet, I'm still learning, and I'm still open to, insights. But as we plot out Revelation, we should be able to coincide the Moedim that occur in the book of Revelation with the 360-day prophetic calendar, because it is beautiful to look at the Moedim on that calendar. It's really cool. It really is.
Makes sense. Yeah, instead of the 364, it would make sense 360, and prophetically, whatever is going on, it should be under 360. So it's interesting to see if the feast actually was supposed to use a 360 system to find out the feast and line up. I don't know. I don't know. I'm still learning. So eventually it will make sense, I hope. I'm just wondering if why are we using 364-day calendar to find his feast when his calendar is 360 to use it for prophetic matters. So I'm thinking if I use the same thing for the feast, then I will line up more accurately than using the 360. It's just something I'm thinking.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Well, that's what Mr. Judah Dan wants us to ponder, and it's nothing wrong with pondering that, because I thought it was pretty cool how he brought out, the sower will cross over, into the reaper and promote even more harvest, if you will. So that was another aspect that he led into. And also his background, he's a musician, if you look at his YouTube channel, and he goes, you know, if you take away a day, it falls flat, like like
Yeah.
that's a flat. And if you add an extra day to it, it's too sharp. So,
I
so
loved it. It's like it's a way. I was thinking, how do I
beautiful.
make the calendar? How do I make the 30-day calendar? And he made it so simple how to follow and how to continue to the next, the next row.
Yes,
I'm like, wow, that is
yes,
awesome.
yes. I mean, it's beautiful, absolutely
Yeah, it's
beautiful.
awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
who would have thought to do that and to speed it?
No.
I mean, it sings, doesn't it? It's
Yeah.
beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful with the colors of his rainbow.
Yeah.
So,
And he also said it like he not to interchange the colors too. He put it in order, so it's not this way. He lined it out with the prime
yes,
colors the right way. So it's just perfect. And we
and
are
he,
blessed, to
yes,
have him.
yes, and he has a gift to just present it very simply. And that's
Yeah.
why I wanted to show his version too, because we connect with different teachers and different formats and that sort of thing. And I just wanted to cover all those bases. But that's great, Sarah. Yeah, it's very
Thank
interesting.
you.
Keep
Is
on.
that video of Judah Dan? Is it on his YouTube page?
Yes, it sure is. And I'll put it as an extra link too when I send out the recording. And Mary, I think your hand is up next. Kathleen, I do see your hand up too. I won't forget you either. Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, I praise Marie was able to stay up till at least 9:30, and then I'm awake. That's amazing. He shoveled so much today, he just said, Mary, I can't, we'll watch it
Y'all are
tomorrow. He said,
tired.
"Fine."
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to switch gears on y'all, and I just want to bring up the woodworm. Is it wormwood or woodworm? I don't know if you know, I think his name's Tom Horn. I'm not
Right.
sure. It's he wrote a book about that, but he was predicting this wormwood to be hitting the earth on 2029, and it was going to destroy Mexico and most of California when it hits. And that's why he said Trump was putting that Space Force up there trying to break it up in the atmosphere so it doesn't hit. But he really truly believes that no one's going to be successful in that it's going to hit the earth. And it's dubbed wormwood. So anybody hear any thoughts on that? Did anybody hear that prophecy from him or anyone else rather?
Mary, this is Carol Ann.
Hi, Carol Ann.
Hi, I have to go back and double check, but I think what Tom Horn was talking about, there is some, I'm going to call it a comet, and he named it, it's called something like Apophos or something like that. It's got a weird name. I didn't hear him call it wormwood, but
he has a book out called The Wormwood Prophecy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I'm speaking of.
Right. So I thought he was just talking about an asteroid. Maybe it's an asteroid called Apophos.
He's spoken of both of those, wormwood and that as well, Carol Ann. So just two different things. Yeah. But what's interesting, Mary, is that all of these watchmen are showing us that it's a window that could be very, very soon that we would see some of these events happen.
Yeah, I think he's on Watchtower or something like that. There's a
Skywatch TV.
Skywatch, yeah. I don't know how authentic they are, if they're for real or not. I have no idea.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much for real. I think, sometimes on a lot of those programs, there's a little bit of hyper inflation of events just to keep people's attention possibly. But I think they're pretty. Go ahead, Carol Ann.
I wanted to ask Mary, when did he say it was going to hit 2027?
No, 2029.
Oh, 2029. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, everything is like, I know it's prophecy. I know nothing's written in stone. It's going to come when Yah wants it to come. We can kind of just ballpark things, but he has the final say, you know, when things actually do happen. So I didn't know. I don't know how spot on this man is. I just heard it and found it to be interesting. That's all.
Yeah. And so, I mean, we know that it's coming. It's recorded in his word. It's just about, you know, when is that going to happen? Gil gives us some idea on his layout charts, and so does Tom Horn. I mean, there's just different perspectives and possibilities. They're just watchmen, just like we all are just watchmen.
Yeah. I'm just hoping for the 2024 to be right, because I'm done. Let's move on and get out of here from this nonsense. That's all I want.
Yeah, come Yahushua come. Absolutely, Mary.
Yeah, really, enough already. Just come.
Okay, Mary. Well, thank you.
I'm gonna say good night, y'all, and have a good evening.
Good night, Mary. Well,
Right.
Betty. Okay, Betty, were you next?
No, I think was.
Okay, Kathleen. Okay.
Now, this calendar, how does it, you have to use the Gregorian for the start? When that calendar starts the year? Is that when that calendar starts?
No, you don't use the Gregorian at all. It's really just a counting chart, Kathleen. If that would make it less if it would make it less confusing, don't even think of it as a calendar. Think of it as a counting chart to go with timelines. And you know, for 1,260 days, what would determine the start of it would be the Daniel 9:27, the signing of the agreement with many. See, that would be a starting point. And we know the anchor, we have an anchor Moedim. We know that's the Day of Atonement at the very end, right? The Day of Atonement is the Day of Judgment at the very end. From what I've determined, it's going to be for a 7-year time period. So we have that Day of Atonement at the very end. So if we go backwards from that Day of Atonement, 7 years, then we would start on the day after the Day of Atonement at the beginning to make that 2,520 days. It's simply a counting chart, separate and apart from your annual calendar. Like it doesn't skew anything about the covenant calendar. It doesn't do anything with the Gregorian calendar. It's a counting calendar to match his specific prophecy timelines in the Bible.
I have
and
one more
specifically, it's specifically just the last 7-year period. That's what it's focusing on, just
for our study.
Yeah, for our study.
But that prophetic 360-day calendar, just like Nick showed, he's matched it with previous that's been fulfilled Bible prophecy, because that's what it's used for. It's a tool that goes hand in hand with any prophetic timeline in his word. We, of course, are going to focus on that last 7 years. That's correct, Carol Ann.
So with the heavens, does Dana know this business with the constellations to do with prophecy?
I can't wait to tell him. You know, I didn't know if he'd be on tonight or not, but I knew he'd be like so super excited to see that work.
if he knows of it that way, type of thing. I also want to ask another question.
Okay.
What haven't they gotten to know in astronomy about the Earth moving and or not moving and that kind of thing? Why haven't they? Can't they prove that the Earth doesn't move? That the sun revolves around the Earth?
Well, that's in the topic of the double-minded corporate view of believers. So even though I showed watchmen that believe in a globe, even though I told you all that I believe in the globe, you know, for those that believe in the flat earth and that the earth is centric and the sun revolves around it, then you just would have to flip those entities and develop your own pattern of how that would take place.
Yeah, that's really something. That hasn't been proven or studied out or to this point in history.
Yeah.
That hasn't.
It has been studied out. It has been studied out. It's just that some don't believe those studies, and so we just have to give a little grace there and let people read his word and look at what has been taught in the past and weigh it out and make their decision. It's not a salvation issue, praise y'all.
No, it's just, you know, I mean, to this point in time in history that we don't know about our own Earth, if it moves or not. I mean, that's just unsound. You know, it just doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's just,
I agree, Kathleen. Yeah.
I don't know, but anyway.
Okay.
That's really something to understand about not doing this calendar like with the seasons type of thing. You know, like it's not done for that kind of purpose. I mean, yet that calendar is for the feast days, right? That calendar is used for the feast days.
During prophecy timelines, for the prophetic timelines, it's used to correlate with any feast days within a prophetic timeline. And the 360-day calendar, like Nick was sharing, his Enoch calendar, he states is different than other Enoch calendars that he believes are false. And he uses the spring equinox and 4 intercalary days for the seasons, and he freely shares his charts and his work on that. So the 360-day prophetic calendar can be incorporated into other annual calendars, but I don't want us to worry our mind with that. All I want us to be aware of as we look at
just wanted to those differentiation. So, you know, I mean, we have to understand it somehow and why it's being used. And
right,
you know.
sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Kathleen. I think it's a major breakthrough because I've never, until, you know, we came together, did I do any research on this. So I think it's really amazing. And I see Betty had to log off because I know it's really late, but I'm sorry I didn't get to her question. But thank you, Kathleen. Yeah, I hope that clarified a few things. And Jason, you have your hand up.
Now I guess you can see me better.
Yeah.
I just disabled that background thing. I was just had sort of had a comment about that. Your slide 21 with the so-called Earth orbiting the sun at, yeah, as you just said, that kind of flip it around. I would would imagine that. Well, I already know that the sun moves around above the Earth in concentric circles, depending on where, for our winter, it's moving out in wider circles around the Earth. So people in Australia and there's summer at that time.
Yeah, like on the flat Earth model, Jason, is that what
Yeah.
you're referring to? Yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
that. Yeah, I've seen that. Yes.
Yeah, and it says, and that if it was showing that the switch between the 360-day year and the 365.2422 days. I guess that would mean that the sun might be circling faster when it's a 360-day year, or it was spinning or the sun was circling, might have been circling faster than it is currently, back in the time when it was originally a 360-day year. So in a few years in the future, maybe the sun might start spinning fast, moving around faster. So it'll actually be a 360-day year, because it kind of makes sense if the sun is moving around slower, that it's a 365.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on that model, yes, I think you're right. I think that's what would have to take place, Jason. Yeah, that seems logical to what you just shared. Yes.
That's mostly all what
I think okay.
My Zoom program just crashed and restarted.
Yeah, well, you're back. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Jason. Maxie?
Yeah, I really enjoyed what was his name? Judah
Dan, but you can call him Chad. Call him
okay,
Chad.
Chad. I'm doing study on color, and there's 7 colors in the rainbow, as he said, but there are 7 sevens in that calendar, and I've been putting a calendar together, and I exactly know what he's doing. It's really interesting to see that. And I view this as, correct me if I'm right, but if I'm wrong, but I see this as a period of time that we won't have internet, we won't have TV, we won't have all these forms of communication. I mean, we're going to be scattered.
Right.
And we won't probably even know which end is up by the time they try to mess everything up. And to know when events are happening, whether we see them or not, just by the fact that we've already done the calendar, is just fantastic. So it's not based on anything in the past. We can't find that. If maybe you've got some videos where they can space out this 2,000 some years, but we don't have a foundation there which to build the prophetic calendar on. So thank you for doing that.
Oh, you're more than welcome. And we've gleaned a lot of good insights, and I thought it was, like most people that study the calendar, of course, the search for the Sabbath has always been on the top of their list. And that's been on the top of all of our list, just finding the Shabbats, finding his Moedim, looking at his word, searching to find all the clues we can to get back in sync with him. And I think that's the beauty of the 360-day prophetic counting calendar, was that he's telling us he's got this. And he wants us to know that that calendar will coincide with the last 7 prophetic years. And how do we know that? Because just like Nick did, he went back through some of those other prophecies and he correlated it to them, the timing. So we know it worked back then, it's going to work for us for that counting out of the last 7 years. So it is beautiful. And Mr. Judedan did an awesome job on that. It was just beautiful how he presented that. Who would have ever thought to do that? But I'm glad he did. All right. Thank you, Maxie. Bill.
Thanks, Libby. Libby, I want to give you your props for all the work you do. I mean, you do a Tuesday night, you do a Saturday, you invite and talk to other people on the phone, and props to you for all the work you do.
Thank you, Bill.
I find it very interesting. I really do. I like the idea that we can come from different points in a field, so to speak, and have stories to speak of from where our minds are, right? And so this is a perspective that I'm really going to enjoy. I'm going to embrace it because it's an area that I wouldn't have naturally gone to myself. And so I want to thank you for that. You had a video out there. I think it was from Dean Combe.
Right, Dean Coombs.
Yeah. I think he rejected my application. I tend to be a little lazy. So, you throughout this presentation, I keep hearing the number 364. Is that just an error?
No, that's very interesting, Bill. Yes, because now when I send out the recording and I send out all the links, y'all feel free to listen to some of these videos in their entirety. Now, the 364 is only found in the extra biblical text of Jubilees. There's 2 accounts of it listed there. And there's 5 accounts listed in First Enoch. Okay. And then there's 2 accounts listed in the Dead Sea Scrolls of the 364 day. Now, I thought that was very interesting when Nick quoted from the extra biblical text of Enoch, chapter 7, I forget the verse, but when he went over that part that they would err if they didn't remove those 4 calenary days, they would do an error by using it, keeping those in there and trying to use it as a 360-day prophetic calendar. That was very interesting.
I think it was 75 verse 1, Enoch.
Oh, thank you, Kathleen.
I think that's what it was. I wrote that
yeah,
down.
But it was several verses in there.
What in the Dead Sea Scrolls, any scroll in particular?
He has it listed in that video. I had actually wanted to play his whole video, but you saw how much I already went over time, and so I cut it down. But it's in that video. He lists where it's at, And I thought that was very, very interesting that it was recorded in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well. But I haven't
there's
seen any mention of it in the Bible. The only mention of timelines in the Bible correlate directly with the 360-day prophetic counting calendar.
So I guess basically what's happening is that the equinoxes, fall and spring, and the other two in the summer and winter solstices weren't counted, and that's why they came up with 364 as opposed to 360. Is that what he was saying?
Well, the intercalary days do mark the seasons. I mean, that calendar is the first time I came across it watching his video. So I'm not an expert on that. But did you see at the bottom, the 4 intercalary days? It coincides with the seasons. So I think that has something to do with like the solstices as well.
Okay, yeah, because
seeing them at the bottom, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what I was kind of curious is that, so obviously there's a controversy as to how long Yahweh's year was pre Hezekiah, as whether it was 364 or 365. Is that the interpretation?
There's some questions there because we know that Noah was in the ark for 150 days. Clearly, 5 30-day months. I mean, that's been brought out in several of our sessions that we've participated in. So some do believe at some point it was on a 360-day cycle. And there's a lot of unknowns. Was it due to the flood? Was it due to, is it correlated to the battle of Joshua? Is it correlated to Hezekiah? Is it correlated to the possibility of Planet 7X coming through the solar system and causing the meteor showers on Sodom and Gomorrah? What about the 3 hours of darkness when Yahushua HaMashiach was crucified? If that occurred on a full moon, it would have required something such as the size of a planet like Planet 7X to pass between the sun and the earth to cause such a long time of darkness. So those are the types of things that Gil gets into. So yeah, there's some question marks.
Yeah, you know what, there is, and that's the beauty about scripture, is that it gives you more than one facet or angle to look at understandings through, so that you can refine and hone an understanding. Right. From what I understand, that period of time when Yahushua was on the tree,
we're just about finished.
It was actually global. There are stories of other cultures that actually talk about that. As a matter of fact, the emperor of China at that time, he
or the flood stories. Anyway, there's different countries that have the different flood stories.
That's right.
Yeah, the times coincided. I found that curious, but yeah, when I first read the in appreciation to those that think that or want to believe that the earth is round or flat, it is kind of curious that when I first read scriptures, I really walked away with the impression that the earth could have been flat. But I mean, that just opens it all up, right? But I, like yourself, I did the science and those kinds of things. And yeah, there has to be some real incredible explanations on how the solar system works with the sun traveling around the earth. There really has to be, because it's perspective of the stars and et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I just thought that would be interesting, is that if you read the scriptures, it really does give you the impression that the earth is like a field.
Right.
You know, it does.
Because they're recording it as they viewed it. And if you walk out in your yard and you stand and look up at the trees and the sun and the moon, you describe
might
it
see it.
from a stationary viewpoint because you don't feel any movement. So the biblical writers were recording it as they were experiencing it as well. What it appeared to be, like it appeared to be the sun moving. And so that's what they recorded. So it's just different angles,
Yeah.
to consider. Yeah.
At the end of it all, the only way we're ever going to figure it out is if we can get a ride on Elon Musk's little rocket.
Let's hop on the chariot of Israel instead. And that's the other thing. That's the other thing to consider. Yahweh has entered our atmosphere before. He has appeared as the pillar of cloud and the pillar of fire. He came through with the chariot of Israel and swooped up Elijah. Now, he was able to direct the asteroids to only hit the enemy. The meteor shower to only hit the enemy during Joshua's battle. He comes as a pillar of fire. He may
estimate the power of God.
yeah, don't ever underestimate him. And he is described as a consuming fire. I can see him coming through that. He looks like a fireball. It's just, I'm open. I'm open. Let's see.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Bill. And okay.
I'm sorry. I did want to answer a question for Kathleen that I didn't answer for her last week about the 144,000.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, the 144,000 were out of this generation that started from 1914 onward, and they were during the they were shown to others to be when they had the last meal, the memorial meal. I'm losing my mind. It's a little late, but then when they had their memorial, their Passover, only those that were of the elect class, right, would drink of the wine and eat of the biscuit. And basically, they were the ones that would rule with Yahusha during his 1,000-year reign. But yeah, so that's their 144,000.
Are you in the CCC too? Covenant Calendar Club?
I'm pretty much everywhere.
Okay.
I try to be everywhere, right? There's I love different perspectives.
About that.
Yeah, I used to, when the CCC from T4 is the one that I've maintained myself to being on. That's where, although I started with Tim and Charlene when they were still with, right?
Yeah.
T4. Yeah. And by the way, I did get an email this week. We were talking, a friend of mine and I were talking about the Shabbat and when it starts. And he said, when he was up in Alaska, it was really difficult for him because for 3 weeks in the winter, you'd have, no sundown. And for 3 weeks in the summer, you'd have no sunrise kind of deal. And so they just went from 6 to 6. Right?
Yeah. And Bill, with your answer to Kathleen, are you talking about the Jehovah's Witness?
Yeah.
I have mentioned.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring that up because I didn't hear you say that at the very beginning. If people had any question in what you were referring to with the 144,000, that's all. I just wanted to clarify that.
They don't have all the answers either, as far as that goes.
Yeah.
JW. So
I guess we're all looking for Yahusha to get the right answers from, right?
Right. Absolutely.
So, at the end of the day, like I said, I enjoy different perspectives, but you know, they say that there's what, 40,000, 41,000 different Christian denominations. I would suggest that there's 7 billion, because everyone who goes to a church doesn't believe everything they say, right? And so,
I mean,
you know,
they specify a number, and I mean, it's a literal number then. If it's specifically 144,000, it's a literal number. That used to have been always the, you know, bugaboo of, you know, like if that was true or not. But that's what people say, it's a literal number.
yeah, and you
Anyway.
know, I did want to add something that, you know, when it says, I think I forgot her name. She was here in the beginning, talking about the Jews that said that they weren't Jews, right? In Revelation in chapter
Right.
2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that being, if you read the wording, like the British Museum has a 1500s writing of Revelation, and in there it's written in such a way that it actually, you could think that they weren't talking about Yehuda, they were talking about the 10 tribes as the Jews. So I just wanted to throw that out, because now is that her name?
I think it was
Deanna?
Deanna, yeah, right.
Yeah, she was saying that it might have been the 2 tribes or parts of.
No, she was referring to a video clip that was very informative, and she wanted me to send it to her.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought she was talking about that. Yeah. But it is kind of interesting that when it was written in that particular scroll from the 1500s, that it gave inference through spelling that it was the 10 tribes, not the tribe of Yehuda.
Right, right. The term Jews is very confusing without people defining who they understand, who are they speaking of exactly, because the term has just been used in so many ways. I mean, we should refer to the body as the Israelites, because they will all eventually come through Yahushua Mashiach. And in the ancient biblical times, most of the time, like you said, the tribe of Judah were referred to as the Jews. But then over time, it changed. Yeah.
To do with the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's been questions about the Dead Sea Scrolls, whether they're valid or not, or whatever, I think.
Right.
Anyway.
There are questions there, absolutely. So Daoud, I saw your hand up earlier, but now it's down, and then Sarah.
Perhaps I'm the only one, but I was a little bit troubled tonight with the videos that you brought in, and I think the reason, after listening to can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I think the reason for that, after listening to everybody's comments tonight, it dawns on me that we have to have some correct foundation. If we're going to build on something, on a foundation, the foundation needs to be strong and it needs to be true and correct. And what I've experienced tonight, and this is my experience of it, was that there are too many different viewpoints that were being introduced tonight that attack the foundation that I worked so hard to construct in my walk. And that foundation has to do with the calendar. It has to do with the name, with his appointed times. It has to do with the foundation of what is the earth. Is it moving or is it fixed and immovable?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so all these things, as I reviewed these videos tonight, seeing these different viewpoints come in, to me, it brought a lot of confusion in. And I know that your desire to bring out those who had searched out these matters and the effort and the time they had put into it and what was revealed for that was a good intention. Judah Dan really hit home with that. But as you brought out, he also introduced the ideas of the sundown day start stuff in that. That was pretty easy to overcome. The other ones with the globe earth and particularly the one with all the star charts and constellations, was very deep, very difficult to understand. It attacked my foundation of what I had brought to this. So I want to say we have a term that you've kind of coined in here, the prophetic 360-day year.
Right.
And that isn't, I don't believe that is a correct way of stating that. The 360-day year was factual in the scripture, and in that time period, the laws, the statutes, and the commandments, the Torah was given to Moshe. All the festival days were in there. The Sabbath days were all set in that 360-day period. And it's still that way today. So that's the foundation that we build on. We take from the past, as it says in Ecclesiastes 1:9, the thing that hath been done shall be done again. Nothing new under the sun. So we come from a 360-day year, and we need to apply that to the prophetic timelines that we're going to be walking through here. The things that are written in Daniel and in Revelation, we take from the path, the pattern that was set as a foundation, and apply it to the future. It's not a new thing. It's not a prophetic
So
timeline.
Daoud, so would you map out prophetic timelines with a 365 adjusted calendar?
No, I would use a
Okay.
360-day calendar. That's
Just
what I do.
360. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
At the end of, because we live in a 5-day longer year than 360 days, we live in a year that's 365 and a quarter day, then I've got 5 and a quarter days at the end of my 360. What is that? Well, that's just days of waiting for the vernal equinox to come around so that I can begin my 360-day year again. And in that observance, then I can keep.
But he's stating not with the seasons.
I'm sorry?
He's saying appointed times, not with seasons.
I'm
That
not
calendar.
following your.
The prophetic
That's what I'm
calendar.
talking about, the appointed times.
Right.
The appointed times. And to that point too, when we get into Enoch, we're talking about 4 in the calendar days that are summer, spring, winter, and fall. And the scriptures only mention 2 seasons. It's summer and winter in the scriptures. So all these things are coming from, not from the canonized books, but they're coming from extra biblical books, some of which are in great question.
Yeah.
So
actually,
these things
yeah.
are,
Like
I'm seeing people now jump from a lunar calendar, a full moon lunar calendar. I'm seeing people jump to the Enochian calendar because the full moon lunar calendar has reached a level of disproof, and they're aware of it.
And let me restate
Now that we can take this 7-year cycle of years back into the scriptures and overlay all the events in scriptures that are recorded in terms of time and dates, such as the Exodus, Passover, the Joshua Passover, Yahushua's Passover, the journey that Paul made, the ship journey, all these things that are referenced in times of the scriptures, we can put them on that 7-year cycle of years. That 7-year cycle, that 7 cycle is so key to all of this. We have 7 cycles for our Shabbats, for our festival of weeks, 7 months in which all the festival days fall. There are 7 years, and then the years repeat the cycle. It's all done that way. And to fall outside of that with another teaching is confusing.
Okay.
And
Well,
it was,
I didn't mean
to me,
to.
my experience.
Right.
I know you didn't mean to do that. I understand that. But there are a lot of people that attend this meeting, I think, that are walking through all these things at this time. And I
Right.
found it laborious, and I've been through this for quite a bit. And I'm not admonishing you with this. I'm telling you what my experience was on it.
Sure.
But I think that we need to establish the foundation for these things to be firmly planted and firmly rooted. Because when I was listening to some of this stuff, it was like I was going into questioning what I know to be truth. And that's the way Satan came to Adam and Eve in the garden. Did Yahuwah really say these things? It brings up that doubt in those moments. And if you're not fully equipped to deal with these things, then it's going to cause confusion. It's going to cause syncretism. It's going to open the door for all this stuff to come back in, and that's what I'm trying to guard against. And
okay. Well,
that was my personal experience with it.
Right. And there's really limited information about the 360-day prophetic counting calendar correlating to the prophecies. There's the people that have worked with calendars that I've spoken to were unaware of the connection. So I've come across, limited information. And so it was very interesting that what Yahweh had revealed to us in the latter sessions of Daniel with the 360-day prophetic counting calendar was also shown in Nick's work. Number one, and I'll repeat myself again, I'm not touching anyone's theology about their particular calendar. I'm not touching anyone's theology and understanding on whether it's a flat earth or a globe. What I was touching on was that I wanted to bring forth the urgency of the times that are approaching. And even though there are very diverse viewpoints on all of these things, what's coming to show fruition is that they are looking at a timeline within 3 to 10 years of the last 7 years taking place. So, and they are passionately searching the scriptures to see if these things be so. Do they have errors? Probably. If they're human, they probably do. We all do. We're not perfect. And it doesn't constitute anyone, anyone's work being, like classified as a false prophet because they make an error like we reviewed earlier. So the goal, the goal is number one, to focus on the timelines in conjunction with the 360-day prophetic counting calendar as we look at the Moedim that may be revealed in Revelation, and to know that there's not only watchmen based on evaluating the calendar, there's watchmen that are also evaluating the Maseroth. There's watchmen also evaluating the planetary system. Does that collide with those that have a flat earth point? Yes, it does. But that all comes back down to that double-minded corporate mindset among believers. The other topic is tongues or no tongues speaking, and globe or flat earth. Those are all double-minded corporate topics within the body of believers. that there is an answer. We just haven't all agreed on one answer, but Yahweh knows the answer, and eventually we will too. So, so this is just what I explained was my goal. And this was the introduction, because I've gone through Revelation several times. I'd get halfway through it and people said, well, where's 7 years come from? And I was just like, well, what do you mean where 7 years come from? So I wanted to approach that to begin with, so we would know where I'm coming from, because there may be some of you that look at the last time period, or the time period of Revelation, as 1,260 days. That exists out there too. So that's what I'm setting the foundation for. I'm not touching anybody's calendar. I'm not criticizing anybody's calendar. I'm just simply showing that some of those people that had a different calendar had some insights also to the 360-day prophetic calendar. That was all. So thank you, Daoud. Sarah,
I guess if I could make that a little more concise, I would say this about it. We know that Hasatan comes at us as presented himself as being an angel of light. In other words, to short that, he's got some truth, and he's going to draw you in with his truth in order to get your attention. But while he's doing that too, it's kind of like the moth that is attracted to the flame. He gets too close, he gets burnt. And if we aren't able to sort out these truths from the deceptions, that's the thing that caught my attention tonight. And I understand what you're saying.
But what specific deception?
Again, the day start, the false, the looking at the Mazzaroth, the artwork, all of these things, all the perceptions that this man presented tonight, this one man with the Mazzaroth, and his viewpoints on that, none of that was scripturally based. I mean, Atlas, none of this stuff was scripturally based. The asteroids, none of that was scripturally based.
What do you mean by that, Daoud? I mean, we have wormwood in the Bible. We know all the biblical astronomy language of the sun will, the moon will turn red, the sun will be in sackcloth. So I'm just trying to understand what is not aligning with his word. Now, day start and dawn, at day starting at night or dawn, that's a double-minded subject that's been on the plate for a long time. Nothing new was presented tonight. That's always been in the double-minded section. I can't shut out everybody that doesn't agree with whether the day starts at dawn. And if people don't want to hear those other perspectives, then then they only go to set sessions that stay one way, one direction. Personally, I think there's a lot of people that bring some good information to the table that have different perspectives in that double-minded category. And I'm just not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, because I did glean quite a bit from what we saw tonight. And if I didn't glean insights from those perspectives, I wouldn't have shared it tonight. But I certainly didn't mean for it to turn anybody's world upside down. If anything, I wanted to clarify with people that it's not affecting anyone's annual calendar. We're using it as to evaluate the timelines in Revelation.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you, Daoud. Let's see. Joyce, you hadn't had a chance to say anything, and then I'll come back to you, Sarah and Bill.
Thank you very much, Libby. I'm sorry. I enjoyed that tonight. I'm sorry for others didn't like it, but I took those guys' name to send them some of my belief about Daystart and this and that. Nick Vanderland and Judah Dan. I love this guy. Isn't he pretty? Huh?
Yes,
He's
yes.
a honorary person. He needs to know. He needs to learn when's the day start. So I'm gonna bring that to him.
That's wonderful. That's a
Yes,
wonderful
that's fine.
perspective, to okay, oh, you believe that? Well, let me share with you. That's a ministry. I mean, that's what he did for me by writing those detailed. I printed them out. It's just a page or more of details about how to make a 360-day calendar. I didn't know. No one's ever even mentioned it to me. And so,
I
yeah,
remember.
wonderful ministry. Yes.
Yes, I saw it, Libby. I read it when he wrote to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw it. And I want to say also about the Maserat. You're gonna come to maybe one video on covenant calendar who speak about it, and he also gives us a book freely. We can download it from internet, which is the name The Witness of the Stars.
Oh, yes.
By
Yeah.
E.W. Burlingame.
Yes. Yes. I have that book, Joyce.
It is wonderful because it explained to you the gospel.
Yes.
So that's about it. I thank you very much for the night. I enjoy myself, and like I said, I pick up 2 names here. I'm gonna send them video.
Yes. And Kathleen's holding up the book, The Witness of the Stars. Yes. Well, thank you, Joyce. Thank you. Sarah, then Bill, then Jason. And then we'll probably wrap it up.
I was thinking, I always thought if you have a good foundation, which is good, because if you have good foundation, what you could do is wean in what is good and spit out what is not. So for you, actually, you're blessed. If you have a good foundation on the calendar, you can navigate yourself in the things that are not good foundation, like they're not good. So you are able to actually discern and see what to glean in and what to glean out, like the brother Judah Dan, he believed in the day starts with the evening. So since we know it's day, it starts with dawn. We just take that out and then listen to the rest of the good stuff that he already got, And I love it the way that Sister Joyce actually came up with the idea. Since he shared such a good nugget to us, now she's going to turn and teach him a little more than what he did. He probably didn't get that part. Now see, because he have another sister that got the other part, she will be able to help him. That's the body. That's the thing. What I think sometimes we're missing is what one gets. Maybe they don't get the other part. That's why we need another brother or sister, another group that will say, listen, you got this part right, but you didn't get this part right. So how about this perspective? Why don't you search it out? And you'll be like, okay. And you study. If you're humble enough, you will go study and dig in and find out, that's what my brother says. That's what my sister says. And that's a good thing, coming as a body and sharing, because we learn a lot. We learn from each other, because as we listen, we could correct, or spit the stuff that are not, we're taught that was wrong for a while. So you spit what is bad and you chew what is good. So that's how I see it. I think, yeah, we all make mistakes, but the blessing that you have on your side is, if you have a good foundation, then it's even better, because now you could teach us, those who don't know much, no, this part a brother have taught is wrong. It should be this.
And
So
I
now
think,
we'll be
Sarah,
like,
what you're saying right there is perfect, because it brings us all the way back to the very beginning, what I spoke of. We are one body of believers in Yahushua HaMashiach. We have to get that in our head. We are one body. If I don't like this hand, am I going to attack it with this hand? Or if I don't like this hair, am I going to cut it off? Or if I don't like my nose, am I going to punch it out? We are one body. And with all the diversity, every cell in our body probably looks a little different. And if we're one body, he designed it to where we have to come to the table and we have to be able to share our differences and yet know that we are one body. He wants us to learn how the left hand can work with the right hand, how to walk, put left foot in front of the right foot, and eat the meat and spit out the bones. And if there's any refuse, if there's any garbage, if there's anything that needs to be filtered, it's going to go through the kidneys of the body and be flushed out of the body. And that is how the one body in Yahushua HaMashiach works. There's not multiple bodies. There is one child being born. And we just have to realize that just because people are on different calendars doesn't mean that they don't believe in the same Yahushua HaMashiach as we do. Now, could that be the case? Possibly. But from their testimony of who they believe in, and by their fruit, if they're earnestly trying to lead someone away, then we've already seen a lot of those false prophets around us that fooled us. And will we be fooled at times? Yeah, probably. But hopefully, as we get older and wiser, we'll be able to discern. But that was very well said, Sarah. Very
it's
well
just
said.
like when we come as a platform, that's when, stronger, there's people who are stronger in a topic. That's when the one that don't know much, would they need them so they won't be astray. That the enemy would not use the wrong perspective that somebody else is teaching and be astray. You could say, okay, this is good, this part is good, but this part is dangerous. The reason it's dangerous is you present the word and you present this how Yah have it. So that way we're like, oh, okay, this part is not good then. So I don't need to be processing it. I need to just get it out of my system.
Consider like a husband and wife, helpmate, or you call it, okay? And also complimenting each other type thing. Okay.
It helps. It helps to grow. It helps to flourish. That's how we grow. That's how we expand.
Yeah, and you need to listen to people to understand where they're coming from. Why did they come to that conclusion? And unless we listen to them, then we don't know how they got to that conclusion. So
to have an open mind.
Yeah. Right.
Because I know I've been caught in the crossfire, and I mean it divided our people in the church on one side and the other. And it was even to do with the crucifixion date. Unbelievable. To this date, they're still not understanding when was correct.
Right.
And
Yeah.
he was crucified.
Lots of different opinions on that. Absolutely. Lots. So yeah.
I think you need to be moldable and pliable and not stiff-necked and rigid.
You know,
Right.
That's why
I'm listening to y'all. I'm listening to y'all, but I think you're making a big mistake.
Okay.
All of us.
Lay it on us, Bill.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Libby, I really wanted. I need to go on a Zoom with you sometime for just me and you.
Okay.
But
Uh-oh, I'm in
you
trouble.
can bring Bruce. You can bring Bruce. Carolyn can run the keyboards. But why are we here? Are we here to go to school? Because if we're here to go to school, there's too many wrong answers. Are we here to study and to bring in ideas? This is really the question. What are we here for? You know, Dawood, I give you props, brother, for having the courage on this platform that we've attended to say how you feel about truth.
Mhm.
But I think, Libby, you said it very well in the beginning, and you brought in a teacher or an informed of Matthew and said that, you know, a false teacher is someone who creates a doctrine that isn't true. But I don't think that's what we're trying to do here, is it, Libby?
No.
I think we're here. Now, I must say that if Libby had to sit down and write all the words that everybody had presented here tonight, poor girl, she'd be still doing it. We'd be late for the show. So it is a way to be able to concentrate information. And we do realize that there's going to be a lot that's wrong. Some people believe in an AM Shabbat. Some people believe in a PM Shabbat. Who's to say which one is right? Because I will guarantee you that you can get scholars of the highest knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not there yet either. They're not
Sorry?
there.
Sorry?
They're not there.
Where?
The scholars are not there yet.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, Kathleen. They wouldn't agree either.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is that what I'm
Okay.
trying to say is
Yeah.
an educated man can
Shalom.
always outdo another educated man. I mean, the scripture says it perfectly. One man presents his case, and then shortly after that, a second man presents his case.
Right.
And that's where it begins. And so, you know, really it is, if we were here to say that this is what we stand for as believers, we would have to answer the question, what is an Israelite? What is an Israelite? What does an Israelite stand for? You know, Yahusha said to Nathanael, here is a true Israelite. And so if we were to have a discussion as to what we believe in, we'd have to say we're true Israelites, or we'd have to say this is what we believe as a true Israelite follower of Yahusha. And so, yeah, the question is, are we here to exchange excess information to be able to share with the body, right? Different ideas. I do find it unfortunate that there is no real true creed that is established within the Melchizedek priesthood understandings. And I think that would go a long ways to being able to define what it is that we stand for, and then that might be argued. But as it is, up until that point, I don't think we have an argument against what's being taught. You know, truly, just because I believe that today and the things that I have learned tell me today that, you know, that X, Y, Z is so, it doesn't mean that if I was in another existence that ABC would have been true. And so, yeah, that's really what I want to say, is that there seems to be a real war on for knowledge these days rather than understanding.
Right.
And I love understanding. And not only that, but like you said it very well, Libby, sometimes it's really good to examine why someone said something, because it would better enable us to stand in our position if we understood where another person made his points. Not that they were right or wrong, but this is where they made the points, which makes for better discussion,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, to be able to
so
talk to one
thank you.
another. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I want to thank you for raising your opinion, Died. I want to thank you, Libby, for tonight. I want to thank you, Joyce, for last weekend. I want to thank you all for being here.
Yeah, and again, the goal in presenting all those different perspectives was to show how Yah is working through the body of believers. Never did I promote believing everything that everyone said. I prefaced it from the very beginning, but I wanted to also emphasize, because I think we are lacking the urgency that is fixing to come upon us, the urgency. And no matter what your beliefs are, the point is that urgency could be seen in all the presentations. The urgency of the last 7 years of hell on earth. And are we prepared? Are we motivated to get a pencil and paper out and make a 360-day prophetic counting calendar? Are we even counting? That is the setup for the book of Revelation. That will be my approach. And I wanted to be very upfront with how I will be approaching Revelation. I am approaching Revelation with his imminent return. And I'm trying to lay out so people won't be caught off guard that I am going to look at it with a 7-year perspective. I'm not saying people have to agree with me, and they may not want that perspective. So I want to be upfront, because if they don't like that perspective and if it bothers them, that gives them the option. Well, maybe that's not the teaching I want to go with. Maybe I want to do this other study instead, because I've studied maybe this out and I truly believe I've got that part figured out. And they may. I'm not saying I've got it all figured out. I'm just trying to be upfront with people to show them the approach I will be taking. And you're right, Bill, it does help me to get, when someone has made some good points, it does help present that when it's already made in a short clip video, to get a lot of information out in a short amount of time, while we still have the capability of even coming on Zoom and being recorded by the shadow government. Praise Yah, whatever. But we have the ability to impart these things to one another, and while we can. So.
Sweet.
Okay. All right. Sarah, you got to go.
It's a quick question. It's funny that Brother Jesus just mentioned it, because I was thinking, what is the dome that's over the earth? And I was just thinking that to ask you guys, and then he wrote something about planet 7X might be most likely a wandering star in the dome. So if the earth is flat, how is it? It's just a dome covering the earth?
Right. That's their understanding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Jason, your hand's up.
Just kind of mention a comment for Dude. Dude, you were saying that the video with the Mazroth pictures or images was apparently not biblical. You might want to read this book. It's called Mystery of the Mazroth, Prophecy and the Constellations by Tim Warner. I ordered it a few years ago from Amazon, but you can also might be able to find it somewhere else. And I put the link for it on to the Amazon page on Amazon.com.
Yeah.
It's by another guy from another church named Tim Warner, but he goes through the 12 constellations, not the extra ones that they've added into on the star maps. But the 12 ones are Virgo, the Abrahamic covenant; Libra, the law of Moses; Scorpio, the sting of God's rejection; Sagittarius, the promised land realized; Capricorn, the Davidic covenant; Aquarius, the Babylonian exile; Pisces, the return from exile; Aries, the Lamb of the new covenant; Taurus, the apostolic mission; Gemini, Gentiles joined to Abraham's seed; Cancer, the tribulation; and Leo, the king reigns in Jerusalem. And in the back it has the 12 signs of the zodiac are as old as civilization itself, yet their origin has puzzled historians. The Bible attributes, quote, the Mazzaroth, the 12 signs of the zodiac, to God or Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm.
David wrote that a special divine message has been heralded to all people of every language in the sky as the sun moves through the 12, quote, tabernacles. Mystery of the Mazzaroth decodes the pictorial message of the zodiac, showing that it contains the same language of prophetic symbols found in the Bible. The Mazzaroth and the Bible contain the same prophetic story, Israel's history written in advance. The story begins with God's or Yahuwah's covenant with Abraham and ends with its ultimate fulfillment, the Messiah's kingdom. Never before has the sequence of zodiac signs been understood in light of Bible prophecy. This book will open your eyes to a powerful reason to believe that God or Yahuwah exists, and that the Creator is the same God or Yahuwah who appeared to Abraham.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah. Others got that book, Jason. I believe Kathleen has that book. Yeah.
She's ordered.
Yeah. Yeah. And I really thought that was an area that a lot of interest has been in here lately. So I thought the insights that Dean Coombs brought to the table would fit along those lines. So we do know the gospel message is written in the Mazzaroth. So thanks for sharing that, Jason. And Joyce, we'll close the program with you tonight.
Okay. I try to be short. I just want to add that, I'm not walking with Yeshua for so many, that much year. I mean, only since 2015. And I'm a kind of like Daoud. For me, it is white or black. There is no middle.
Mm-hmm.
I've been a truck driver, solo driver for 20 years. And let me tell you something. Whatever the temperature, I got to be there. I will be there. And I was there. And that's the way I feel with my walk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, since a while, because I have been, because I accept some teacher a little bit different, different with the lunar calendar. At that time, doesn't matter to me at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But when I found the true light and the true day start, I wanted to share it with them. And the response I have was so negative.
Right.
Okay, they put everybody on the line. They say, if you get in touch with her, which is me, I unfriend you and I'm blocking you everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Know exactly what you're saying.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Right.
Yes.
Right.
So I understand Daoud because I feel the same way. But when I was listening earlier, I goes like, oh my goodness, this guy needs the daylight. The day start. I'm gonna send it to him, you know? Like I came to the point that we are one body. I was so sad when I saw my ex-teacher didn't want to look, listen, nothing at all. I was like, wow, we are supposed to be a body. How
Right.
can we
That's
follow
right,
it?
Joyce.
Yes,
That's
if we
right.
know, yeah.
Right.
So
And I
that's
believe, yeah, I believe y'all's using the calendar issues to bring to our awareness that that's an area we need to work on. We need to work on that because
yes,
that's not right not to be able to come and fear being marginalized because someone is in their walk in their sanctification process of learning and growing. We're not all at the same level, and it's a process. Sometimes we have to fall down and scrape our knees, but we're
absolutely.
one body. And I believe that Yah has used this calendar issue to show some of the things that we need to work on in our individual lives, not to bow down to falsehood, not to just receive it. Like you said, if you saw something that you have found the truth in, yeah, go and share it with your brother, and you should be able to share it with that person, and they should receive it and share back with you, well, why they don't think something. And we have to function as a body. We're one body. It's Yahweh's baby. We are his firstborn. There's one body. That's it. Just one body, one baby being born.
Yes, you know, following this event with my ex-teacher, I came very low in my joy, in my courage.
Right.
You know, I became like, I won't say weak, but maybe yes. I became lower, and I just don't like it because if you know all the way I went through with my experience with the surnaturel, the supernatural, Yahweh came visit me in my truck. He came 3 times, 3 months different or weeks different. And if I was here in my apartment, I fell down on the floor, face down on the floor, because I was driving, my steering wheels just stopped me there because I cannot go lower. So what I want to say is I try to go up in my walk and get closer. But when people are not loving, that's really hurt, and that hurt
Yes.
me.
Right.
And like Nathan, I am the kind of like what's the word in English? Integrity. When you're integrity, when you say yes, it's yes. When you say no, it's no. That's what we have to be. We are to be. And also from one to another.
Right.
I'm gonna get better, sister. I'm gonna get better. And like you said, we are not to be in a battle for knowledge. We're in a battle just to stand and help one another and love one another. Because at the end, when the fire is gonna come, that's the only thing that's gonna stand.
Right. Right. We cannot be a house divided. We want to stand together with Yahushua HaMashiach as the head, and we want to function according to his will. And we're all in the sanctification process at different levels, and we've got to give grace where grace is due. So, you know, but it's sad to see people marginalized or bullied into submit this way or be quiet, because sometimes some platforms would not allow different points of view to be shared without it being shut down real fast. So we have to be willing to work with the body. That's the main thing.
That's good. Thank you very much, Libby.
Okay, Joyce. Daoud, you had your hand up and then you took it down again.
Yeah, I haven't got any more comments. Well, let me just say this. I think I was a little bit misunderstood. My experience, from my experience to tonight, there were some parts of it that were long and drawn out and were kind of confusing to me.
Okay.
And I was under the assumption that that the majority, if not all that attend this, are from the covenant calendar understanding. They have a understanding of the covenant calendar and adhere to that.
That's what I follow.
So if I was experiencing confusion and amongst this, trying to draw out the nuggets of truth that you alluded to, and you said that right in the beginning, you didn't agree with everything that these people were saying. But if at the same time, I could see that, but there was also some confusion. So out of concern for the rest of the people that were attending here tonight, I gave voice to that. That's all I was trying to do.
Yeah, I didn't take offense to that, Daoud. I'd want you to speak up. That's the only way I'm going to, I'll take that into consideration. And so I thank you for that. No problem on this end, none whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. I did want to say one thing. Yahusha actually celebrated both Shabbats. He started the one in the evening and he also followed the one in the day. Matthew has a teaching out on that, actually, where Yahusha celebrated the evening till, well, his Shabbats were 36 hours long, so to speak.
I'll look into that.
That's it. Yeah, I thought that was quite amazing when, so that he was always following the law to how other people saw it. So he followed the Judaistic Shabbat and he also followed the Melchizedek Shabbat, I guess you could say.
Well, he made everything. So obviously, I'm sure he did it. So he's doing it the right way, the way he intended it. And then to reach the one that he needed to reach, he came to their level to come. I'm just looking at it as that angle. To reach them, he had to come to their angle, just to show them. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't
not
know
to be wrong, to be right.
He ate and drank with sinners.
Yeah, to
my
bring them
living
to them. He already
situation
made.
is such that I live in a place where I observe the seventh day Shabbat, but the people that host me, that give me a place to live here, are on a lunar calendar, and their Shabbats are different than mine. I take that opportunity to prepare on their preparation day, prepare a meal and bring it over to them and fellowship with them on their Shabbats. Because to me, it's just an opportunity for fellowship, right? And if that's an open door, then I want to be able to walk through that open door.
Absolutely.
Displaying the fruits of the spirits. That's what it's all about. There have been others that I fellowship with 3 or 4 years. When they find out that I moved from a lunar Shabbat to a seventh day Shabbat, they broke fellowship with me and called me a false prophet and a liar and
that's
the
just
rest
not
of this.
right.
Again, it's about the fruits of the spirit.
Right, Daoud. Perfectly said. Yeah.
And isn't in the First Corinthians it says out of all of the gifts, love. If we don't love, everything else.
Or a clanging cymbal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Well, all right, everybody. Well, good discussion, and hope to see y'all next Tuesday. And we'll actually be getting into chapter 1. All right. Shalom, everybody.
Thank
good
you.
session.
Shalom.
Okay.
Sure.